Fuck yes. This whiskered demon just walked into the war, fused with Kurama, and told Kaguya, "Sit your ancient ass down," before sealing her. Reincarnated Meliodas Naruto is out here squeezing ass and tits of baddies, smashing legends, and running the boar hat like a boss. Zero fucks given, maximum ass kicking. This whole story is unhinged perfection.
The water dragon jutsu came through the front door of the boar hat at full speed, a roaring column of pressurized water shaped into a serpent's maw, teeth and all, carrying enough force behind it to level a 2-story building and everything unfortunate enough to be inside it. 4 rogue chunin from the hidden range stood outside with matching grins, already turning away from what they assumed was a finished conversation about an unpaid tab. They had weapons drawn, flak jackets spattered with mud from the road, and the particular swagger of men who believed they had just done something impressive to a child who had asked them to pay for their drinks. Behind the bar counter, a short blonde kid with whisker marks on his cheeks and a broken sword strapped across his back looked at the incoming dragon of water, the way a bartender looks at a spilled drink. He set down the glass he had been polishing. He set down the rag. He exhaled through his nose, a single long breath that carried the weight of 800 lifetimes of watching people make this exact category of mistake. Sate, sate, sate. You're ruining my business. He drew the broken sword from his back, a blade with a dragon hilt that ended in a jagged break halfway up its length, the rest of it lost to a war that predated the shinobi world by millennia, and he held it in the path of the incoming technique with one hand. His stance was loose, his feet barely set, the motion of someone swatting a fly rather than blocking a B-rank offensive jutsu. Full counter. The water dragon hit the blade and stopped existing as an attack. For one fraction of a heartbeat, it hung in the air against the edge of that broken sword like something confused about its own momentum. Then it reversed. It came back out the front door twice the size it had entered, 3 times the speed, carrying enough destructive force behind it to reshape the terrain it touched. The 4 rogue chunin had less than half a second to process the wall of water coming back at them. Their own technique, rebuilt into something monstrous by whatever law of physics the broken sword operated on. They never got that half second. The reflected technique carved a crater into the forest behind the tavern 60 meters across and 20 meters deep. Trees older than the village were gone, uprooted, splintered, reduced to kindling inside the waves' reflected fury. The ground steamed. The air tasted like ozone and river water. The boar hat stood exactly where it had been standing, every glass on every shelf in the exact position it had occupied before the dragon entered the building. Naruto Uzumaki looked at the crater. He looked at the space where 4 ninja used to occupy ground. He sheathed the broken sword on his back with a motion so practiced it looked like breathing. "Who's going to pay the tab now?" He said it to nobody. The words carried zero urgency. He picked up the glass he had set down and resumed polishing it. And if there was a camera capturing his expression in that moment, it would have found something between amusement and mild inconvenience. The face of a being who had outlived worlds and found this particular afternoon slightly tedious. 300 meters away, crouched on a branch above the tree line with a hawk mask covering her face, an Ambu operative watched the steam rise from the crater and made a decision she had made 4 times before this month. She closed her mission log. She tucked her pen behind her ear. She turned her back on the boar hat and vanished into the canopy without writing a single word about what she had just observed. The standing policy was unofficial. It lived in the pauses between sentences when Ambu field teams discussed patrol routes near the eastern outskirts. It lived in the way senior operatives redirected junior ones away from the wheeled tavern with the terrible sign out front. It lived in the 3-block detour that appeared in every patrol report filed within a kilometer of the boar hat's last known location. The policy had never been written down. The policy had never been spoken aloud in full. The policy was understood the way gravity is understood. You feel it pulling before anyone explains the science. Here is the full picture, and the audience deserves every piece of it. Naruto Uzumaki was 12 years old, and he had been alive for longer than the shinobi world had possessed a name. The soul sitting inside that blonde, whisker-marked body belonged to Meliodas, the dragon sin of wrath, eldest son of the Demon King, former captain of the 7 deadly sins, betrayer of the demon clan, lover of the goddess Elizabeth across 3,000 years of death and rebirth and death again. He had carried a curse that killed the woman he loved every time she remembered him, and he had carried a second curse that brought him back from death each time he fell. And those twin cruelties had ground against each other for millennia, until the day both curses finally ended, and his soul was released into whatever came after. What came after was this: a newborn infant in a village called Konoha, screaming his first breath into a night painted orange by the 9-tailed fox's rampage, a seal fresh on his stomach, and a demon already inside him that had nothing to do with the fox. The Kyuubi, Kurama, as those who knew the beast's real name called him, had been sealed into the infant by the 4th Hokage in a sacrifice that cost the man his life. Kurama had raged against the seal for the first hours of his imprisonment, slamming his tails against the bars of the mental cage that held him, his fury a living force that shook the infant's tiny body. Then Kurama had paused. Then Kurama had gone very still. Because underneath the seal, underneath the infant's crying, underneath everything that should have been there and nothing else, Kurama felt something radiating from the child he was imprisoned inside. An energy signature older than himself, older than the Sage of 6 Paths, older than the concept of chakra as the shinobi world understood it. It was demonic in a way that made Kurama's own existence feel recent by comparison. It was ancient the way bedrock is ancient, the thing everything else was built on top of. Kurama did the math. Kurama arrived at a number that made his tails curl. Kurama sat down inside the seal and decided that silence was the correct survival strategy. The village hated the infant for what he carried. The civilians whispered and pointed. The shinobi population gave the child a wide berth built from fear and resentment, and the memory of everyone the fox had taken from them that October night. Naruto grew up under the weight of their hatred, the way a mountain grows up under the weight of rain, aware of it, unmoved by it, finding it almost funny when he considered what else they should be afraid of. He remembered everything, every lifetime Meliodas had lived, every battle, every loss, every drink he had served behind a bar counter to humans who needed someone to talk to, every version of Elizabeth, silver hair, kind eyes, the same soul wearing new faces across centuries. He remembered the weight of his father's power and the feeling of his own demonic heritage running through veins that had once belonged to royalty in a realm that had never heard the word chakra. He remembered full counter. He remembered Hellblaze. He remembered the feeling of assault mode swallowing his personality whole and leaving only a god of demons behind. He remembered all of it, and he was 8 years old, and he was bored. So he built a tavern. The boar hat went up on the eastern outskirts of Konoha over the course of 3 weeks when Naruto was 8. A wheeled cart as its foundation, mobile, able to relocate at a moment's notice if the situation demanded it. Walls of scavenged wood, a roof that leaked in 2 places until he fixed it. A bar counter built from an oak tree he felled with 1 punch. Shelves lined with mismatched glasses. A kitchen in the back where he brewed ale from a recipe that predated written language and cooked food that ranged from extraordinary to genuinely hazardous, depending on his mood. The sign out front showed a boar wearing a hat. Naruto had painted it himself. He had the artistic talent of someone who had spent 3,000 years perfecting combat instead of brushwork. The boar looked like it was having a medical event. The hat looked like a mistake someone had made with a bucket of brown paint. The sign was terrible, and he refused to replace it out of principle, because the original boar hat sign had been terrible too. And some traditions you keep. The ale, however, was extraordinary. Word spread the way word always spreads in a ninja village. Sideways, through alleys and training grounds, and late-night conversations between people who had been drinking something exceptional and wanted to find more of it. Jonin showed up first, because Jonin have the highest alcohol tolerance and the lowest resistance to rumors about good drinks. Then Special Jonin. Then the occasional Anbu operative still in uniform, mask pushed to the side of their face so they could drink properly. They came, they drank, they paid their tabs. They left confused about why a 12-year-old was serving them sake at 9 in the evening and unable to articulate why they had felt for the entire duration of their visit like they were sitting in the presence of something enormously powerful that was choosing to be friendly. Naruto served them all with a grin and a towel over his shoulder and the broken sword on his back, always on his back, the dragon hilt visible over his right shoulder like a promise. He wiped glasses. He told jokes. He leaned on the bar and listened to Shinobi talk about missions and losses and the things that kept them awake at 3 in the morning. And he gave them the same thing he had given humans in every lifetime: a place to sit, something good to drink, and the feeling that someone behind the counter understood more than they were letting on. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, knew what Naruto was. He knew in the way that old men who have seen too much recognize the weight of something ancient wearing young skin. He had visited the Boar Hat once, shortly after it opened, and he had sat at the counter and accepted a cup of tea. He did not drink alcohol before noon, regardless of the circumstances. And he had looked into the eyes of the 8-year-old behind the bar and seen something looking back at him that made the god of Shinobi feel, for the first time in decades, like a student in the presence of a teacher. He had finished his tea. He had thanked Naruto for the hospitality. He had gone back to his office and written a note in a file that nobody else would ever read. Leave him alone. Whatever he is, leave him alone. That policy held for 4 years. Then the rogue Chunin from the hidden rain turned a 60-meter section of forest into a crater, and the incident report landed on Hiruzen's desk the following morning. And the old man sat behind his paperwork looking at the damage assessment, the measurements of the reflected water technique, the complete absence of bodies, the notation that Anbu had observed the event from a distance and chosen to file a partial report. And he made a decision. The boy needed structure. The boy needed a team. The boy needed something besides an unsupervised tavern and the occasional obliteration of people foolish enough to start trouble in his establishment. Hiruzen was old enough to know that power without purpose was a river without banks. It went everywhere and accomplished nothing. Whatever Naruto Uzumaki was underneath the grinning bartender routine, he was still a resident of Konoha, still a name in the village registry, still technically of academy age, even if he had never attended a single day of classes. Hiruzen made a decision, and it would reshape the trajectory of 6 lives and the future of the village itself. He assigned Naruto Uzumaki to Team 8. The morning Team 8 assembled for the first time. The sky above Konoha was the kind of blue that makes artists reach for brushes they will never use well enough. Training ground. 3 sat empty in the early light. The posts, the tree line, the cleared field where generations of genin had taken their first steps towards something larger than themselves. Kurenai Yuhi stood in the center of that field with her arms crossed and a mission briefing folder tucked under one elbow, and the particular expression of a woman who had been promoted to Jonin Sensei 6 days ago and was still deciding whether the honor was worth the paperwork. Shino Aburame arrived first. He materialized at the edge of the tree line with zero fanfare. High collar, sunglasses, posture that suggested he had opinions about the world, but had decided to keep them filed alphabetically for later use. His bugs hummed beneath his coat in a frequency that only he could perceive, cataloging the training ground's insect population the way a librarian catalogs new arrivals. Hinata Hyuga arrived second. She stepped into the training ground with her shoulders slightly forward and her fingers pressed together in front of her stomach. That signature gesture of hers, the one that said she was here and present, and also desperately hoping nobody would require her to prove it loudly. Her Byakugan eyes were a shade of lavender that caught the early light and turned it silver at the edges. She was small. She was gentle. She was the kind of person who made rooms feel softer just by standing in them. Naruto Uzumaki did something that was technically arriving third and practically arriving in a way that rewrote the definition of the word. He was there. Between one heartbeat and the next, the space beside Hinata Hyuga, which had been empty, which had contained air and nothing else, which her peripheral vision would swear on a stack of mission scrolls had been vacant one instant prior, was occupied by a short blonde boy with whisker marks and a grin wide enough to crack his face in half, and a broken sword on his back and his hands in his pockets, and his entire body angled toward her, like she was magnetic north, and he was built to follow. Hinata's brain sent her body 3 separate signals in the span of half a second. The first was surprise. The second was recognition. This was the boy from the tavern on the outskirts, the one the Jonin whispered about, the one with the broken sword and the 2 old eyes. The third signal was something else entirely, because Naruto Uzumaki was looking at her with an expression that should have been impossible on a 12-year-old's face. A warmth so layered, so lived in, so weighted with history and recognition and something she could only call homecoming, that it made her chest constrict in a way she had never experienced. His grin softened. His eyes went half-lidded. For exactly 1 heartbeat, the goofy energy radiating off him in waves took a single step back, and something ancient and achingly tender looked out at Hinata Hyuga through those blue eyes. Then the heartbeat passed and the grin returned at full wattage, and Naruto leaned into her personal space until his nose was approximately 3 inches from hers and said, in a voice that carried zero shame and absolute conviction, "Sat! Sate! Sate! There you are, my Elizabeth. I've been looking for you." Hinata Hyuga's consciousness evacuated her body with the efficiency of a village fleeing a natural disaster. Her eyes rolled back, her knees buckled. Her body began its descent toward the grass below, and Naruto caught her before she had fallen 2 inches. One arm behind her shoulders, his other hand already waving at Kurenai and Shino, like this was a completely normal greeting between teammates. Shino Aburame had stopped blinking. This was notable because in 12 years of life, Shino had never once stopped blinking involuntarily. His autonomic functions were as reliable as sunrise. His bugs had gone silent beneath his coat, which was their version of staring with their mouths open. Behind his sunglasses, his eyes were slightly wider than their default state. And his brain was running a series of rapid calculations about what he had just witnessed and arriving at answers that made zero logical sense. Kurenai Yuhi stared at the tableau in front of her, the unconscious Hyuga heiress in the arms of a 12-year-old who was holding her with the familiarity of someone who had done this 1,000 times. And she felt the first tremor of a realization that would define her career as a Jonin sensei. She had been given something she was completely unqualified to manage. "Uzumaki," she said. Her voice was steady. She was proud of that. "Put your teammate down." Naruto looked up at her. His grin was innocent the way a wildfire is warm. The description was technically accurate and entirely insufficient. "She's fine, Sensei. This happens. This happens every time." He said it with the satisfaction of someone describing a personal accomplishment. "Watch. 3, 2, 1. Hinata's eyes fluttered open. She registered the face above hers. She registered the arm behind her shoulders. She registered the proximity. Her face went from porcelain to scarlet in a gradient that would have impressed a painter, and Naruto grinned down at her like she was the most entertaining thing in any world he had ever inhabited. "There she is." Hinata fainted again. Shino made a sound. It was small. It was involuntary. It might have been a sigh, or it might have been the verbal equivalent of throwing his hands up. His bugs buzzed once beneath his coat, a single pulse that translated roughly to "what are we dealing with?" Kurenai Yuhi closed her eyes. She breathed in through her nose and out through her mouth, and she thought about the career she had built, the years of service, the genjutsu mastery that had earned her a reputation across 3 nations, and she wondered which specific decision in that long and distinguished career had led to this exact moment. "Uzumaki, I am going to say this once. You will maintain appropriate physical distance from your teammates during training exercises and missions. Do you understand?" Naruto set Hinata gently on the grass, and gently was the correct word here. His hands moved with a care that contrasted violently with the chaotic energy pouring off the rest of him, and he straightened up and looked at Kurenai with a grin that said he understood her completely and intended to ignore her absolutely. "You got it, Sensei." He did not get it. Over the course of the next 3 weeks, as Team 8 ran through their early training regimen, Naruto violated Kurenai's directive with a frequency and creativity that suggested he viewed it less as a rule and more as a personal challenge to overcome in entertaining ways. He appeared beside Hinata at speeds that made her Byakugan useless. One frame she was alone, the next frame he was there, chin resting on the top of her head like she was a piece of furniture designed for exactly this purpose. He caught her hand during team runs through the training ground and laced their fingers together while discussing mission parameters with Kurenai in the same breath, his tone never changing, his attention never flagging, his grip warm and present while Hinata's brain short-circuited beside him. He wrapped his arm around her waist during a balance exercise on a fallen log, and she toppled sideways off the log from pure neurological overload, and he caught her again, still talking to Shino about insect classification, still grinning, still absolutely unrepentant. "Naruto," Kurenai said on the 4th day, after the 6th feint of the afternoon, "what part of appropriate distance do you find confusing?" "None of it, sensei." He was currently using Hinata's head as an armrest while she lay unconscious in his lap. "I understand the concept perfectly. I just disagree with it." Shino, from his position 3 meters away, where he was studying a beetle he had found on a training post, spoke without turning around. His disagreement is consistent and well documented. Kurenai closed her eyes again. She was doing that more often lately, but here is what the audience needs to understand, and what Kurenai began to understand over the following weeks despite herself. The comedy was half the picture. Beneath the boundary violations and the shameless affection and the waterfall of fainting episodes, there was something else running. Something that made Kurenai's Jonin instincts stand at attention every time she caught it in her peripheral vision. During a tracking exercise in the forest east of the training ground, Hinata's foot caught a root and she stumbled toward a steep embankment. She was mid-fall, her balance gone, her arms reaching for something to grab. She had time to process that she was falling and nothing else. Then she was standing upright with 2 hands on her waist and a solid warmth behind her, and Naruto's voice in her ear saying, "Careful, my Elizabeth," with a tone that was softer than anything he used for anyone else in any context. He had been 40 meters behind her. He had crossed 40 meters in the time it took gravity to move her body 6 inches downward. During a nighttime camping exercise, teammates' first overnight field training, Hinata woke at 2 in the morning to the sound of something moving in the trees. She sat up in her sleeping bag with her heart accelerating and her Byakugan activating on instinct, scanning the tree line for threats. She found Naruto standing at the perimeter of their camp, facing outward into the trees with his broken sword already drawn. His posture shifted into something she had never seen from him before. The goofy energy was absent. The grin was absent. What stood at the perimeter of their camp was something that made the trees look small by comparison. A presence radiating from his body that her Byakugan could perceive as a pressure wave, gold and ancient and heavier than anything she had ever felt from a living being. A wild boar. Just a boar. Just an animal. Emerged from the tree line 20 meters away, grunted at the campfire's glow, and ambled off into the undergrowth. Naruto sheathed his sword. The presence vanished like a light switching off. He turned around and the grin was back, and he caught Hinata watching him, and he waved at her with the same energy he brought to everything. Total, excessive, warm. "Go back to sleep, my Elizabeth. I've got this." Hinata lay back down in her sleeping bag and stared at the canvas of her tent above her, and her heart was beating fast for reasons that had nothing to do with the boar that had never been a threat in the first place. She was beginning to understand something about Naruto Uzumaki, something that lived underneath the groping and the grinning and the insufferable proximity. The understanding was still forming. It was still a shape without clear edges, but it was there, and it was getting sharper every day, and she was starting to realize that she wanted to stay awake long enough to see its full outline. The team sparring session happened on a Thursday morning 3 weeks into their formation, and it was the moment that Kurenai Yuhi's understanding of her team recalibrated permanently. The exercise was standard. Each team member would face Kurenai individually in a controlled bout. She would test their combat readiness, assess their reflexes, identify areas for improvement. She was a jonin specializing in genjutsu, among the best in the village at what she did. Her illusions had broken seasoned chunin. Her technique had earned her the respect of the intelligence division and a name in 3 bingo books. She was, by every objective measurement, one of the most capable combatants in Konoha within her specialty. Shino went first. He lasted 4 minutes against a Kurenai who was holding back significantly. A respectable showing for a fresh genin, his bugs providing layered defense that spoke well of his training. Hinata went second. She managed 2 minutes of gentle fist exchanges before Kurenai's genjutsu caught her in a loop and the exercise ended. Naruto went third. Kurenai set her stance. She was taking this seriously. She had read the incident report. She had heard the whispers. She wanted to understand what she was working with. She formed hand seals and deployed her signature technique, an A-rank genjutsu that layered 4 separate illusions simultaneously, each one feeding into the next, creating a cascading trap that had left Tokubetsu Jonin on their knees trying to distinguish reality from fabrication. The illusion reached Naruto's awareness and stopped. It did not fail gracefully. It did not fade or weaken or struggle against resistance. It reached the edge of something surrounding Naruto's consciousness, something that radiated outward from him like heat from a furnace, and it ceased to exist. The chakra Kurenai had invested in the technique simply stopped being hers. Her hand seals were perfect. Her execution was flawless. Her genjutsu hit a wall made of something older than chakra and broke against it like water hitting stone. Naruto tilted his head at her. His grin was present, and it was the knowing kind, the kind that said he understood what she had just attempted and found it endearing in the same way adults find endearing a child's attempt to lift something heavy. Mind tricks don't work on demons, sensei. Kurenai processed the sentence. She opened her mouth to ask what he meant. He moved. The distance between them was 8 meters. Kurenai was a jonin with reflexes honed by 15 years of active service. Her eyes tracked movement at speeds that exceeded standard human capability. Every part of her training, every year of her career, every instinct she possessed engaged simultaneously in the fraction of a second. Between Naruto being 8 meters away and Naruto being directly in front of her with the tip of his broken blade resting against the hollow of her throat. The pressure so light it was almost affection. The edge so close she could feel the temperature of the metal on her skin. She had perceived zero movement. Her eyes, her training, her 15 years of honed reflexes, all of it reported the same data. He was there, and then he was here, and the space between those two states contained nothing she could track or explain or replicate. His grin was inches from her face. His eyes were blue and warm and absolutely ancient. I win, sensei. Kurenai stood very still. She stood still for 3 full seconds, while the broken blade rested against her throat and her heartbeat counted time against her ribs, and every sensor in her body fired the same signal. You are in the presence of something so far beyond your capability that the word gap is insufficient to describe the distance. Then Naruto withdrew the blade and sheathed it, and the moment was over, and he was the goofy bartender again, scratching the back of his head and already turning toward Hinata with that look in his eyes. Shino's bugs had retreated. They were pressed against his skin beneath his coat, as close to the center of his body as they could physically get without climbing inside his circulatory system. Shino himself stood motionless, his collar seeming higher than it had been a moment ago. His sunglasses reflecting the morning light and nothing else. Hinata was watching Naruto with an expression that the word complicated only approximated. There was admiration in it. There was something that might have been awe if awe were allowed to coexist with familiarity. And underneath both, blooming like a flower opening and fast forward, there was something warmer that she was only beginning to name. Kurenai lowered her hand from her throat. She had touched the skin where the blade had rested without conscious intent. Her fingers came away unmarked. He had applied zero real pressure, left zero injury, demonstrated nothing except the complete impossibility of stopping him if he chose to move. She looked at Naruto, already beside Hinata, already leaning on her shoulder, already talking about what they should have for lunch. And she made a decision. She would train Shino. She would train Hinata. She would support both of them with everything her career had given her. And she would stop pretending she could train Naruto Uzumaki, because whatever he was, he had been finished for longer than her entire lineage had existed. The dynamic crystallized over the following weeks into something the audience can hold in their hands. Naruto was Team 8's impossible weapon wrapped in the body of a 12-year-old pervert who could not keep his hands off his teammate. Hinata was the person he circled, his gravity, his focus, the thing his ancient eyes softened for every single time. Shino was the silent witness who processed everything and spoke only when his observations reached critical mass. Kurenai was the adult in the room who had stopped asking questions and started writing very careful mission reports. Inside the seal, Kurama watched all of this with one eye open. The ancient fox had spent years maintaining his strategy of total silence, observing the demon-souled child from behind the bars of his mental prison with a mixture of calculation and genuine uncertainty. He had felt the full counter activate during the tavern incident. He had felt the reserves of power sitting dormant in Naruto's body, reserves that made Kurama's own considerable chakra feel like a candle beside a wildfire. He had felt the demonic energy that radiated from the boy's soul like background radiation, constant and vast and utterly indifferent to the seal containing them both. Kurama was many things. He was ancient. He was proud. He was furious about his imprisonment. He was also practical. And the practical conclusion was the one he had arrived at years ago and seen zero reason to revise. Whatever arrangement currently existed, the seal holding them together, the boy's demonic soul providing an ambient environment that actually improved Kurama's own chakra recovery, was preferable to any alternative that involved provoking the thing he was sealed inside. The fox settled deeper into his cage and kept watching. The show was just getting started. Team 8's first significant mission came 6 weeks after their formation, and it brought them face to face with a man who had made a career of killing people in ways that entertained him. The border patrol assignment was standard on paper. Monitor the eastern perimeter for 2 weeks, report unusual activity, avoid engagement unless absolutely necessary. Team 8 deployed with full gear and Kurenai's usual efficiency, establishing a patrol rotation that covered 30 kilometers of forested border between the Land of Fire and the No Man's Land beyond its edges. The first week passed without incident beyond Naruto's ongoing campaign to make Hinata faint in increasingly creative ways, while simultaneously maintaining a perimeter awareness that exceeded Kurenai's by a factor she had stopped trying to calculate. The second week brought corpses. They found the first burial site on a Tuesday. Fresh earth, churned soil, the smell of death still rising from below the surface. Hinata activated her Byakugan and saw what was beneath and went pale in a way that had nothing to do with Naruto's proximity. 3 bodies, buried alive. The scratches on the inside of the coffin lids told the story clearly enough that nobody needed to say it aloud. The second site was a mile east. 4 bodies, same method. The third site had a survivor, barely. A man, half conscious, bleeding from wounds that suggested a blade designed for pain rather than efficiency. He spoke 2 words before passing out. Lightning and swords. Kurenai's expression went flat. She recognized the methodology. The intelligence division's briefings contained a name that matched this profile exactly. A former member of the 7 Swordsmen of the Mist. A man who had been declared missing nin after his particular appetites became too extreme even for the Bloody Mist village to stomach. Raiga Kurosuke, wielder of the Kiba blades, twin swords that commanded lightning the way a conductor commands an orchestra. "We pull back," Kurenai said. Her voice carried the weight of a jonin making a battlefield decision. "This is beyond our mission parameters. We report and request backup." Naruto, who had been crouching beside the survivor with his hand on the man's forehead, checking something, verifying something, stood up and looked east toward the mountains where the trails of fresh destruction pointed. "He buries people alive," Naruto said. His voice was the same. His tone carried the same lazy warmth it always carried. But his eyes had shifted. Something behind the blue was stirring, something that made the air around him feel thicker. He does it because he enjoys it. Naruto. Kurenai's voice was firm. We do not engage in S-class missing nin with a Genin team. That is my decision. Naruto looked at her. The grin was still on his face, but it had changed shape. It was sharper now, carrying an edge that she had only glimpsed once before, during the sparring session, in the moment before he moved. If I find him before backup arrives, Naruto said, the decision makes itself, sensei. He found him before backup arrived. Raiga Kurosuke stood at the peak of a granite cliff face overlooking a gorge that dropped 300 meters to a river below. He was tall, lean, wrapped in bandages from the waist up, the twin Kiba blades crackling with ambient electricity on his back. Below him, at the base of the cliff, 4 freshly dug graves sat with their inhabitants still screaming beneath the earth. The sound carried upward on the wind, and Raiga was listening to it with his head tilted like a man enjoying music. Team 8 arrived at the tree line 200 meters from the cliff face. Kurenai's hand went to her weapons pouch. Shino's bugs began to spread outward in reconnaissance patterns. Hinata's Byakugan activated, and she saw the graves below the cliff and the people inside them, and her breath caught. Raiga felt them arrive. He turned with the leisure of someone who had never been surprised by visitors in his life. His eyes swept over the team, the Jonin, the bug user, the Hyuga girl with the white eyes, and he smiled. It was the smile of a predator encountering prey that had walked into his territory voluntarily. More guests, Raiga said. His voice echoed off the cliff face. How thoughtful. I was running out of entertainment. He drew both Kiba blades. Lightning crackled between them, blue-white arcs that jumped blade to blade in patterns that hurt to look at directly. The sky above the cliff began to churn. Clouds gathered from nowhere, thick, black, heavy with static that made the hair stand up on Naruto's arms. I'll bury you all, Raiga continued. He raised both blades toward the sky. But I'll start with the pretty one, the one with the white eyes. She'll look beautiful underground. His gaze locked onto Hinata. The sky erupted. Lightning fell. A concentrated barrage of bolts called from the storm above, channeled through the Kiba blades and directed with all the killing intent of a man who had made death into recreation. The bolts targeted Hinata, 3 of them, simultaneous, each one carrying enough voltage to stop a human heart 6 times over. Naruto was in front of her before the first bolt covered half the distance between sky and ground. He appeared between Hinata and the lightning the way a wall appears between a home and a storm. Total, immovable, there in a way that suggested he had always been there, and everything before this moment had been an illusion of absence. He raised both hands, palms open, and he caught the lightning, all 3 bolts. In his bare hands, the voltage crackled across his fingers and up his arms, and it illuminated his face in strobing blue-white. And what it illuminated was the face of something that had stopped smiling. The demon mark bloomed across his forehead, jagged black lines that spread from the center of his brow outward like cracks in ice, racing down the bridge of his nose and branching toward his temples. His eyes went from blue to void, iris and white consumed by an absence of color so total it looked like holes cut in reality. He held the lightning in his fists. He held it the way a man holds something he intends to throw away. The electricity died against his skin, absorbed, negated, rendered meaningless by a body that had endured strikes from archangels and demon kings and the wrath of gods and found all of it survivable. You aimed at her. His voice carried across the distance between them without raising its volume. It arrived at Raiga's ears the way a verdict arrives at a sentencing. That's a sin you can't repent for. Hellblaze ignited along the broken sword. The fire was pitch black, a color that should have been impossible for fire to achieve, that ate the ambient light around the blade and consumed it. It burned without heat signature, without smoke, without any of the properties that made fire recognizable as fire. It was something else wearing fire's shape, demonic in origin, absolute in function, and utterly, completely inextinguishable by any means the shinobi world possessed. Naruto moved. Raiga tracked the movement for half a second. His eyes, experienced, trained by years of combat against the strongest swordsman his era had produced, followed the blonde figure's first step. They followed the second step. On the third step, Naruto left the speed Raiga's eyes could process and entered a range of velocity, where the next thing that existed in the timeline was the result. The result was this. Raiga's arms separated from his body at the shoulder joints, both of them. Both cuts occurred in the same instant. The broken sword touched twice in a time frame so compressed it registered as once. The Kiba blades fell, still crackling, still carrying the storm's charge, and they hit the ground 10 meters below the cliff with a sound like breaking glass. Raiga screamed. He looked at his stumps, where his arms had been, where they should have been, and the screaming intensified because the wounds were burning. Pitch black fire sat along the edges of both severed joints, burning into the exposed tissue with a hunger that made Raiga's body attempt to regenerate on instinct and fail absolutely. His cellular repair mechanisms engaged and hit the hell blaze coating the wound and stopped. The demonic fire consumed every attempt at healing the way it consumed everything else. Totally, without negotiation, without exception. Naruto kicked him off the cliff. It was the motion of someone discarding trash. 1 foot, full extension, the kind of impact that sends a body flying rather than falling. Raiga left the cliff edge at a velocity that suggested opinions about his continued existence. Naruto was already turning away before the sound of impact reached the gorge below. He was already walking back toward his team before Raiga's body hit the river 300 meters down. Shino's bugs had pulled back toward the center of his coat so completely that they were almost invisible beneath the fabric. Pressed against his spine in a tight cluster that was their species' equivalent of a full defensive retreat. His collar was higher. His posture was still. Behind his sunglasses, his eyes were fixed on the space where Raiga had been standing, and his brain was filing what he had witnessed under a category that he would need to invent new terminology to properly label. Kurenai's hand was wrapped around a kunai she had drawn at some point during the exchange and forgotten to put away. Her knuckles were white. She was staring at Naruto's back, at the broken sword being sheathed, at the demon mark receding from his forehead like a tide pulling back from shore, and her training was telling her to feel afraid. And her instincts were telling her that being afraid was correct, and her experience was telling her that fear was irrelevant because whatever Naruto Uzumaki was, he had been on her team's side of this fight, and that was the only fact that mattered. Hinata was looking at Naruto with an expression she could neither name nor control. Her hands were pressed against her chest, where her heartbeat was doing something it had never done before, hammering in a rhythm that had nothing to do with fear and everything to do with watching someone move like a force of nature between her and harm. She had seen him. She had seen the demon mark. She had seen his eyes go void. She had seen him catch lightning in his bare hands, and she had felt the weight of his presence expand to fill the entire space between the cliff and the sky. And underneath the awe, underneath the enormity of what she had witnessed, the thing she kept coming back to was this. He had done all of it because someone aimed at her. Every piece of it. The mark, the fire, the speed, the absolute lethality had activated because Raiga Kurosuke pointed a bolt of lightning in her direction. That was the thing she kept circling back to as Naruto returned to the team and the demon mark finished receding and his eyes went blue again and the grin returned to his face like a light switching on. Sate! He rolled his shoulders. He stretched like a cat. That guy had terrible manners. Is everyone all right? His eyes found Hinata immediately. The grin softened, the smallest shift, barely perceptible, but there. He crossed the distance between them, and his hand found the side of her face, and he tilted her chin up gently so she was looking at him, and his thumb brushed her cheek once. You okay, my Elizabeth? Hinata's face went red. Her consciousness wavered. Her body swayed. She did not faint. She stayed upright through sheer force of will. Through something new that had planted itself in her chest over the past 6 weeks and was growing stronger by the day. She looked at Naruto Uzumaki and she nodded once and she said in a voice that only shook a little, I'm fine, Naruto-kun. His grin went wide, wider than usual, carrying something that looked suspiciously like pride. There she is. The mission report Team 8 filed upon returning to Konoha contained the bare minimum of information regarding the engagement with Raiga Kurosuke. It noted the elimination of an S-class missing nin. It noted the recovery of the Kiba blades. It did not describe the method of elimination in detail. Kurenai had written the report herself, and she had made the executive decision that certain details served zero purpose in an official document and would only generate questions she had no interest in answering. The intelligence division noticed the report's brevity. They noticed the mission success against a threat level that should have required a minimum of 2 Jonin strike teams. They noticed, and they added the data to a file that was growing thicker by the month, a file that sat in a locked drawer in the intelligence director's desk, labeled with a name and a question mark, containing incident reports and damage assessments, and the growing awareness that Konoha possessed something in its population that defied every existing framework for understanding power. Hiruzen Sarutobi read the report and nodded to himself, and felt something that was equal parts relief and discomfort. Relief that his decision to give the boy a team had proven sound. Discomfort at the confirmation that Team 8's most dangerous member was 12 years old and carrying a broken sword and operating at a level that made his own considerable power feel quaint by comparison. He filed the report. He poured himself a cup of tea. He did not think about what would happen if something actually made Naruto Uzumaki angry, because that line of thinking led to places where the third Hokage's imagination produced only destruction and silence. The Chunin exams arrived on a day that started like any other and ended like nothing Konoha had seen in years. Team 8 entered the Forest of Death on the second phase of the exams with 3 scrolls between them, and Kurenai's final instructions echoing in their ears. Survive, stay together, achieve the objective. Naruto carried the Earth Scroll in his jacket and his broken sword on his back, and a grin that suggested the Forest of Death was the least threatening forest he had ever walked through. Hinata walked beside him with her Byakugan active, scanning the dense canopy for threats. Shino brought up the rear, his bugs forming a perimeter net that would alert him to any living thing within 50 meters. They moved through the forest for 2 hours without contact. Other teams fought around them. The sounds of combat echoed through the trees, jutsu flashing between the trunks, the occasional scream cut short. Team 8 walked through it all untouched, because every team that noticed them approaching recalculated the cost of engagement and arrived at the same conclusion. The blonde one in the center felt wrong. He felt like a gravity well wearing a face. Approaching felt like approaching a cliff edge in the fog. Then, in the third hour, the forest went cold. Shino felt it first. His bugs went still, every single one of them, simultaneously, their wings stopping mid-beat, like something had pressed a pause button on their biology. He opened his mouth to speak and found that his voice came slower than it should. Hinata felt it second. Her Byakugan, active and scanning, encountered a presence in the trees ahead that made her visual processing stutter. Something was in front of them. Something massive. Something old. Something that radiated killing intent the way the sun radiates light. It was everywhere. It pressed against her senses like a physical weight. Naruto felt it third, which meant Naruto had been feeling it for 30 minutes and choosing not to mention it until now. His grin widened. "There you are," he said to the trees ahead. Orochimaru emerged from the canopy the way a snake emerges from tall grass. One moment absent, the next moment everywhere. He was pale, golden-eyed, wearing a face that belonged to someone else, like a coat he had borrowed and forgotten to return. His presence expanded to fill the forest around him, and it was genuinely impressive. The product of decades of obsession with power, of experiments that had transcended morality, of a lifetime spent pushing the boundaries of what human bodies and human souls could achieve. He stood in the branches above Team 8, and he looked down at them, and his smile was the smile of someone who had already decided what he wanted and was enjoying the anticipation of taking it. My, Orochimaru said. His voice slithered. What a fascinating specimen, the nine-tails Jinchuriki. But that's not all you are, is it, Naruto-kun? He had been following the power signature for hours. He had bypassed every other team in the forest because the thing he had felt radiating from one particular Genin squad made the nine-tails chakra look like background noise. He was Orochimaru, the greatest student of power his generation had produced, a man who had dismantled the boundary between life and death and rebuilt it according to his own specifications. He recognized strength when he felt it. He recognized the old and the vast and the genuinely dangerous. He recognized it and he moved toward it anyway, because that was the pathology. That was the hunger that drove him. The thing in front of him was powerful beyond his frameworks, and that meant he wanted it, wanted to understand it, wanted to possess it, wanted to take it apart and see what made it function. He summoned snakes, 3 massive ones, each the length of a building, their bodies coiling through the forest with a weight that shook the ground. He formed seals and his chest expanded, and he breathed fire, a torrent of it, laced with his own unique poison, a technique that combined combustion with a nerve agent that paralyzed anything it touched. The fire screamed toward Team 8 in a wave that consumed oxygen and light and replaced both with killing power. Naruto stepped forward. He stepped in front of his team, between Hinata and the fire, between Shino and the snakes, between everything Orochimaru represented and everything Naruto had decided belonged to him. He did not draw the sword. He raised one hand. "Get behind me." The words were directed at his team, but his eyes were on Orochimaru. The poison fire hit him. He took it. He stood in the center of the blast with his arms at his sides and his chin up, and he let the technique wash over him like a wave breaking against a cliff. The fire burned. It was real damage, real pain. Orochimaru's techniques were genuinely powerful, and the poison bit into tissue, and the flames ate at skin. Burns spread across Naruto's arms and chest and face. His jacket caught fire and burned away at the shoulders. Beneath the flames, the demon mark was spreading, crawling up his arms in jagged black lines, branching across his torso, climbing his neck toward his jaw. The fire cleared. Naruto stood in the center of a scorched circle of earth. His body was burned. The damage was visible, blistering across his arms, his shirt destroyed, exposed skin raw and angry. He was smiling. The demon mark had reached his temples, and his eyes were shifting between blue and void, like a television losing signal and finding it again. Behind him, Hinata made a sound. A small, involuntary noise that came from somewhere deep in her chest. The sound of watching someone she cared about take damage she wished she could have prevented. Her hand reached forward, stopped short of touching him, hovered in the air between them. Shino was completely still. His bugs had retreated so far into his body that he could feel them pressed against his rib cage. A biological response he had never experienced before, his insects making a collective survival calculation and arriving at the conclusion that remaining near the surface of his coat was unacceptable while this level of energy was being exchanged. "Foolish child," Orochimaru said from the branches above. His smile was still in place. His golden eyes were still amused. "Brave but foolish, standing in the path of something you cannot. You injured what is mine, Sanin." Naruto's voice cut through the clearing like a blade through fabric. The grin was gone from his face. What remained was the face beneath the mask, ancient, carrying a weight that made Orochimaru's golden eyes narrow for the first time since his arrival. There's a word for that. Orochimaru's smile tightened by a fraction. Something in his gut, something primal, something that predated his experiments and his ambitions and his intellectual armor, sent him a signal he had not received in years. It was a signal his body associated with the very few times in his life he had stood in front of something genuinely beyond him. He ignored it. He always ignored it. That was the pathology. "And what word would that be?" Orochimaru asked. "I let you hit me," Naruto said. His right hand reached back and drew the broken sword from its sheath. The blade caught the filtered forest light, and it should have looked ridiculous. A broken weapon, half its length missing, the edge terminating in a jagged fracture. It should have looked like a joke. It did not look like a joke. There's a difference. He raised the blade. The air in the clearing changed. The temperature dropped by 10 degrees in half a second. The ambient light dimmed as though the sun had taken a step backward from this particular location. Every living thing within 200 meters, every insect, every bird, every small mammal hiding in the undergrowth, went silent simultaneously. Revenge counter. Everything Naruto had absorbed came back out. The poison fire, the nerve agent, the kinetic impact, the thermal damage. Every joule of energy that Orochimaru's technique had delivered to Naruto's body, stored, accumulated, held in reserve like a debt being totaled, released in one directional burst through the broken sword's edge, multiplied by 10, concentrated into a beam of force so dense it converted the air in its path to plasma. The forest for 2 miles in every direction ceased to exist. The trees were gone, vaporized, converted to carbon and light in the space between one heartbeat and the next. The ground was glass. The soil and rock below it superheated past its melting point and resolidified in the instant after the energy passed through it. The sky above the blast zone was empty of clouds for 30 seconds. The atmosphere itself pushed aside by the force of the release. Orochimaru was at the center of it. His body, the borrowed face, the stolen skin, the decades of accumulated modifications and enhancements caught the full force of the revenge counter and came apart at the molecular level. He was destroyed in a way that transcended physical damage. His cells stopped being cells. His tissue stopped being tissue. His body stopped being a body. He survived only because he was Orochimaru. Somewhere in the earth below the blast zone, in a secondary vessel buried 10 meters underground as a contingency measure installed 6 months prior, Orochimaru opened new eyes and a new face and stared at the ceiling of his emergency chamber and breathed. His hands were shaking. His new body was shaking. Something that might have been fear. A sensation he had gone decades without experiencing in its pure form was coursing through his nervous system with an intensity that made his golden eyes wide. He had miscalculated. The word was too small for what he had done, but it was the word his mind produced, and he held on to it because the alternative was admitting that he had walked into the presence of something that should have killed him and would have killed him if he had been anyone other than himself with anyone else's level of paranoid preparation. He closed his eyes in his new body and he breathed in the underground air, and he filed Naruto Uzumaki in a mental category that contained exactly 0 other entries. Never again. Above ground, in the 2-mile circle of glass and silence that used to be the Forest of Death's central zone, Naruto lowered the broken sword. The demon mark was receding, pulling back from his temples, retreating down his neck, withdrawing from his arms like a tide going out. His wounds were closing, the burns from the poison fire sealing themselves in real time, new skin forming over damaged tissue, the demonic healing factor operating at a speed that made the process visible to the naked eye. He sheathed the sword on his back. He rolled his shoulders. He turned around to face his team. Shino stood 7 meters behind the position Naruto had occupied. 3 of his bugs had died, caught in the periphery of the shockwave's edge, their small bodies overwhelmed by the ambient energy even at that distance. He was looking down at his palm, where 3 tiny corpses rested, and he was counting them with an expression that, beneath the sunglasses and the high collar, might have been something approaching awe. He said nothing. There was nothing to say that his silence did not already communicate. Kurenai had appeared. Sensing the blast from her position at the exam's monitoring station, she had broken protocol and entered the forest at full speed. She stood at the edge of the glass crater and she looked at it, really looked at it, the scale of it, the totality of it, and her hand was wrapped around a kunai and her body was running calculations about threat response that her mind had already declared irrelevant. The threat was over. The threat had been over the moment Naruto decided it should be. Hinata stepped forward. She crossed the distance between herself and Naruto with steps that were steady despite everything she had just witnessed. Steady because she had decided they would be, because something in her had chosen in the last 60 seconds to stop being the girl who swayed and fainted and looked away. She reached out and she touched Naruto's arm, where the burns had been, where new skin was still forming, where the heat of his healing radiated outward like a low fever. She touched him and she did not speak. Her fingers pressed against his forearm and her eyes were on his face, and she was telling him something that words would have made smaller. Naruto looked down at her hand. He looked at her face. The grin came back, smaller than usual, warmer, carrying none of the performative energy he wrapped around himself in public. This was the real one, the one underneath, the one that only appeared when something genuinely mattered. Don't give me that look, my Elizabeth. I'm fine. Her face went red. Her knees went soft. Her vision went white at the edges. She fainted. Naruto caught her with practiced ease, one arm behind her shoulders, his other hand adjusting so she was comfortable against his chest. He looked down at her unconscious face, and his expression was the expression of a man holding something precious. Sate. We really need to work on that. Shino looked up from his dead bugs. Behind his sunglasses, his eyes moved between Naruto and the 2-mile glass crater, and the unconscious Hinata and the glass crater again. Statistically, Shino said, in a voice that was impressively level for someone standing next to the afterimage of a localized apocalypse, her feigning reflex may be a survival mechanism. Naruto grinned at him. You might be right. I am usually right. Yeah, Naruto said. You are. Kurenai Yuhi stood at the edge of the crater and closed her eyes and breathed through her nose and wondered whether it was too late to request a career change to the Academy Instruction Division, where the most dangerous thing that happened on a given day was a student failing to catch a thrown shuriken. It was too late. She knew it was too late. She opened her eyes and looked at her team, the demon in a child's skin, the insect strategist counting his losses, the heiress unconscious in the arms of the person she was falling for, and she accepted her position in the narrative. She was here. This was her team. Whatever came next was coming regardless of her preferences. The Chunin exams continued around them. Teams fought and failed, and succeeded in the remaining portions of the forest that still existed. The proctors filed a damage report about the central zone that used more question marks than period marks. The third Hokage received the report, read it once, read it twice, poured something stronger than tea into his cup, and filed it in the same drawer where the growing file on Naruto Uzumaki was threatening to outgrow its folder. The months after the Chunin exams passed, in the rhythm that stories build toward their next crescendo, missions completed, legends growing, the intelligence network carrying Naruto's name through channels that reached further than Konoha's borders. The boar hat continued to operate on the village's outskirts. The ale continued to be excellent. The Anbu continued their 3-block detour. Life in Konoha settled into a pattern that included, as a background assumption, the existence of something ancient and powerful living among them in the shape of a blonde kid who groped the Hyuga heiress and served drinks to missing nin and occasionally converted sections of forest into glass when provoked. And then the Akatsuki moved. The organization had been watching. They watched everything. It was their function, their purpose, the architecture of their operation built on the foundation of information gathered and leveraged. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was a target they had always intended to collect. The reports filtering back from their intelligence network about Konoha's Jinchuriki had been unusual, then concerning, then alarming, in a way that made even Pain's ringed eyes narrow. The crater reports, the missing 9 elimination data, the growing legend of a broken sword, and a power that the existing frameworks of the shinobi world could not classify. They sent their most durable team. Hidan and Kakuzu, the zombie combo, the immortal zealot, and the bounty hunter with 5 hearts. Between them, they represented a combined combat record of over 2,000 confirmed kills. Hidan could transfer fatal damage to his opponents through his Jashin ritual. Kakuzu could survive death 5 times over and hit back with every elemental affinity simultaneously. They were the pair you sent when the target was supposed to be collected regardless of cost, regardless of resistance, regardless of what they threw at you. They found Naruto alone. He was in a clearing half a mile from the boar hat, kneeling among wild herb patches with a woven basket beside him, picking mint and thyme with the expression of someone whose afternoon was going exactly the way they wanted it to. The broken sword was on his back. His jacket was open at the chest. He was humming, something without a tune, something that sounded older than the language it was being hummed in. Hidan and Kakuzu observed from the tree line. Hidan was grinning, wide, unhinged. The grin of a man for whom violence was worship, and he was about to attend service. His scythe rested on his shoulder, 3 blades fanning outward like a metal flower designed by someone who hated flowers. Kakuzu stood beside him, tall, stitched, his mask covering the lower half of a face that had been alive for almost a century. His eyes were flat with the boredom of a man who had killed so many people that the act had ceased to carry emotional weight. "That's the Jinchuriki?" Hidan said. His voice carried the volume of someone who had never learned to whisper and never wanted to. "The kid picking fucking herbs? Jashin-sama's gonna love this." "He destroyed a Sannin," Kakuzu said. His voice was flat. "Caution. Caution is for people who can die." Hidan's grin widened. He stepped out of the tree line. He spun his scythe once, a full rotation, the blades singing through the air. Naruto looked up from his herbs. He looked at Hidan. He looked at Kakuzu emerging behind him. He looked at the scythe and the black cloaks with red clouds and the general atmosphere of impending religious violence. "Sat sate sate!" He stood up, brushing dirt from his knees. The basket of herbs remained on the ground beside him. "Customers, I'm closed today. We're not here for drinks, brat." Hidan was moving forward, scythe extended, the Jashin medallion bouncing against his bare chest with each step. "We're here for what's inside you. Lord Pain wants the 9 tails. Nothing personal." Naruto tilted his head. "Everything is personal." Hidan lunged. He was fast, legitimately fast, the product of decades of combat experience and the complete absence of self-preservation instinct that comes with genuine immortality. His scythe cut an arc through the air aimed at Naruto's torso, a wide sweeping slash designed to draw blood rather than kill. He needed blood. The ritual required it. One scratch was enough. The blade caught Naruto's forearm. A thin line of red opened across his skin. A shallow cut. Barely more than a paper wound. Hidan's grin split his face. He leaped backward, landing in the center of a circle he had drawn with his foot during the approach. The audience did not see him draw it because he had been doing this for decades, and the motion was invisible beneath the larger movements of his attack. He raised his scythe. He licked the blood from the blade. His skin went black and white, skeleton patterns crawling across his body as the Jashin ritual activated. "Got you, brat!" He drove the scythe through his own chest. Naruto dropped to one knee. Blood came up between his lips. His hand went to his chest, the same spot where Hidan's scythe was buried. The pain was real, transferred through the ritual link, bypassing distance, bypassing defense, going straight from Hidan's self-inflicted wound into Naruto's body. Hidan laughed. It was the sound of ecstasy, religious, unhinged, the genuine rapture of a fanatic experiencing his god's gift in action. He twisted the scythe in his own chest and felt the ritual carrying the pain, carrying the damage, carrying the death sentence directly into his target across 30 meters of open ground. "You're dead!" Hidan howled. "Lord Jashin claims your soul." Naruto was on one knee, blood on his lips, his hand on his chest, his head bowed. 2 seconds passed. Then he stood up. The wound in his chest closed. It sealed from the inside out, void matter stitching tissue together, the demonic healing factor engaging with an intensity that the human eye could perceive as a visual effect. The cut on his forearm sealed simultaneously. Every trace of damage the ritual had caused reversed itself in real time, the process so fast that Hidan's ritual link broke from the other end, disconnected by the simple fact that the damage it was transmitting was being nullified faster than it could be applied. Naruto rolled his neck until something popped. He looked at Hidan with an expression of mild annoyance, the expression of someone who has been bitten by a fly and found it irritating rather than threatening. "Immortality?" He said the word like he was tasting it. "Finding it bland. That's cute, but you're just a fanatic with a scythe." Hidan's grin faltered. His ritual was active. His body was still in the circle, still linked, still transmitting. But the target was standing. The target was healed. The target was looking at him like he was a minor inconvenience in an otherwise pleasant afternoon. That's impossible." Hidan pulled the scythe from his own chest, the wound beginning to close as his own immortality engaged. "Lord Jashin's ritual is absolute. Nothing survives." Hellblaze ignited on Naruto's fist, pitch black fire wrapped around his right hand, knuckles to wrist, dense and consuming and utterly without light. It burned with an absence rather than a presence. The air around it dimmed, the colors adjacent to it muted, the temperature dropped rather than rose. It was fire in shape only. Its function was destruction of a kind that transcended the physical. Naruto crossed the 30 meters between them in one step. He threw one punch. His fist connected with Hidan's sternum, and the Hellblaze transferred at the point of impact, leaping from Naruto's knuckles into Hidan's body with the eagerness of something alive and hungry. The black fire spread from the impact point outward, burning through tissue at the cellular level, consuming the immortal's flesh in a way that his immortality could not counter. Hidan's body attempted to regenerate. His cells attempted to reform. His Joshin gifted immortality, the blessing that had kept him alive through decapitation, dismemberment, and every form of physical death the shinobi world could offer, engaged with the damage and found the Hellblaze waiting. The fire consumed the regeneration. It burned through the healing factor the way acid burns through paper, dissolving every attempt at recovery, negating every cellular repair mechanism, stripping the immortality from Hidan's body one layer at a time. The black fire did not distinguish between regular tissue and enhanced tissue. It burned everything equally. Hidan went down. His body hit the grass, and the black fire continued burning, eating through what remained of his torso at the impact point, spreading along his ribs, consuming the Jashin medallion and the flesh beneath it with equal indifference. His screaming stopped when the fire reached his lungs. His movement stopped 3 seconds later. Kakuzu watched his partner fall, and his flat eyes went slightly wide, the smallest shift, the millimeter response of a man who had lived 90 years and killed thousands and was watching something genuinely novel. His assessment updated in real time. The target was faster than Hidan. The target's healing factor exceeded Hidan's immortality. The target's offensive capability involved a fire that negated regeneration. Threat level, maximum. Kakuzu responded with maximum force. He ripped his own shirt open, the threads beneath his skin releasing the 4 elemental masks that served as his additional hearts. They detached from his back in a spray of black thread, each one floating behind him like a nightmare puppet, each one opening its mouth to reveal the compressed elemental energy within. Fire, wind, lightning, water, all 4, combining into a single beam with the 5th, earth, channeled through Kakuzu's own body. 5 elements, full output, the combined elemental blast that had ended multiple Kage-level combatants across Kakuzu's 90 years of bounty hunting. He fired everything at Naruto's back. The blast screamed across the clearing, 5 elements woven into one attack, a beam of destruction that carried enough power to level a city block and everything standing on it. It moved at the speed of lightning. It covered 30 meters in a fraction of a breath. It hit. Naruto turned around. He turned around the way someone turns to look at a sound they find vaguely interesting. The broken sword was already in his hand, drawn in the same motion as the turn, the dragon hilt fitting his palm like something that had been waiting for him across every lifetime. He held it up, one hand, the blade horizontal across his body at chest height. Full counter. The combined elemental blast hit the broken sword, and the broken sword caught it the way a mirror catches light, absorbed it, held it for one infinitesimal moment, then rejected it. The technique reversed direction. It went back at Kakuzu with the same speed it had left him, doubled in force, doubled in density, the 5 elemental affinities compressed by the reflection into something twice as potent as their original configuration. Kakuzu had one heartbeat to recognize what was happening. 3 of his masks, fire, water, lightning, caught the reflected blast directly. They were built to withstand enormous punishment. They were 5-element constructs with decades of accumulated power. They lasted approximately half a second against their own attack. Returned at double force, the 3 masks exploded. The hearts within them ruptured. 3 of Kakuzu's 5 lives ended simultaneously, crushed by his own technique, killed by his own power, turned against him with a multiplier that his 90 years of experience had never encountered or anticipated. 2 hearts remained. Kakuzu staggered. The loss of 3 hearts simultaneously was a physical blow, his body faltering, his threads losing cohesion. He had 2 lives left, 2 chances. He reached for distance, his remaining masks pulling back, his body retreating at maximum speed. Naruto was already in front of him. Kami Chigiri. One moment Naruto was 30 meters away with his sword raised. The next moment he was standing past Kakuzu. 5 paces to the left, the broken blade lowered at his side. his expression empty of everything except a single, focused stillness that looked out of place on a face built for grinning. Kakuzu stood still. He was breathing. His 2 remaining hearts were beating. His body was upright. 1 second passed. 1,000 cuts registered simultaneously. Every slash the technique had delivered in the fraction of a second between Naruto's starting position and his ending position made itself known in the same instant. 1,000 wounds appearing across Kakuzu's body at once, crisscrossing his torso, his arms, his legs, his masks, his threads. The cuts were deep enough to matter. The cuts were numerous enough to be absolute. The remaining hearts did not survive the accumulated damage of 1,000 blades hitting everything at once. Kakuzu came apart. His body separated along the lines the sword had drawn, threads severing, masks collapsing, the century-old bounty hunter reduced to the sum of his pieces by a technique that took less time to execute than it takes to blink. The clearing was silent. Naruto stood with his sword at his side for 3 seconds. His breathing was normal. His posture was relaxed. There was 0 strain on his face. No exhaustion, no expenditure, no indication that what he had just done had cost him anything beyond the decision to do it. He sheathed the broken sword. He walked back to where his herb basket sat untouched on the grass. He picked it up. He looked inside, checking the contents, inspecting the herbs he had gathered before the interruption. Sat sate sate. His grin returned. Bright, ridiculous, completely at odds with the 2 bodies on the ground behind him. At least the mint survived. He adjusted the basket on his arm. He turned toward the path that led back to the boar hat. He walked away from the clearing with the energy of a man whose afternoon had been briefly interrupted and was now proceeding according to the original plan. Behind him, Hiden's body continued to burn. The hellblaze consumed what remained with patient thoroughness. Kakuzu's pieces lay scattered across the grass in a pattern that would give the retrieval team nightmares for weeks. On a tree branch, 200 meters from the clearing's edge, an Anbu operative with a cat mask over her face, sent to shadow the Jinchuriki during his herb gathering, a routine precaution that had become significantly less routine in the last 5 minutes, closed her notepad. She had stopped writing approximately 40 seconds into the engagement. Her pen was still in her hand. Her hand was still raised. She had frozen mid-sentence and never resumed. She watched Naruto disappear down the path toward his tavern. She looked at the clearing. She looked at the 2 eliminated Akatsuki members. She tucked her notepad away, dropped from the branch, and returned to headquarters at top speed to file a report she already knew would end up in the same locked drawer as all the others. Inside the seal, Kurama had watched the entire fight through Naruto's eyes. The fox was curled in his cage, both eyes open for the first time in weeks. His 9 tails arranged behind him in a posture that suggested intense interest, carefully masked as indifference. He had felt the hellblaze activate, and it had resonated with something in his own makeup, a frequency of destruction that predated his own creation, a type of fire that made his own considerable destructive capability feel like a lesser echo of something original. The fox said nothing. He filed what he had witnessed alongside everything else he had observed over 12 years of cohabitation with this particular soul, and he arrived at the same conclusion he always arrived at. Staying silent and staying still was the correct strategy when sharing a body with the reincarnation of a god of demons. Kurama closed his eyes and went back to sleep. The boy could handle himself. The weeks that followed brought a stillness to Konoha that felt, in retrospect, like the breath before a scream. Sasuke Uchiha had been deteriorating for months. The curse mark on his neck, Orochimaru's parting gift, planted during the Chunin exams by a snake that refused to stay gone, whispered to him in frequencies that only he could hear. It promised power. It promised the revenge he had built his entire identity around. It promised that somewhere outside this village, outside these walls, outside the teams and the missions and the slow accumulation of strength that felt like crawling when he needed to sprint, somewhere out there was the shortcut to his brother's throat. He listened. He believed. He chose. The night Sasuke defected, 3 things happened in sequence. First, he crossed the village walls with 4 sound ninja as his escort, heading toward Orochimaru's northern base, at a speed that suggested he had made his decision long before this night, and everything preceding it had been ceremony. Second, he encountered Hinata Hyuga. She was at the village gate. She was there because Kurenai had sent her home an hour ago from a late training session, and the path home took her past the gate. And the timing was the kind of coincidence that feels, in stories, like fate arranging its chess pieces. She saw Sasuke. She saw the sound for. She saw the direction they were heading and the headband he was carrying in his hand rather than wearing on his forehead. Sasuke-san. Her voice was small but present. She was standing in the road with her hands at her sides, and she was scared, but she was standing. "You're leaving." Sasuke looked at her. His Sharingan was active, two tomoe spinning in each eye, red on black, the eyes of a clan that had defined and then destroyed itself through the pursuit of power above all else. He looked at the Hyuga heiress standing in his path, and he made a calculation. She was Naruto's. Everyone knew she was Naruto's. The demon bartender with the broken sword had made that clear in 100 ways across the months since Team 8's formation. Hurting her would send a message. Hurting her would prove that Sasuke was beyond the reach of Konoha's strongest assets, beyond the fear of consequences, beyond the soft hesitations that held everyone else back. He hit her once. A palm strike to the solar plexus, not to kill, precisely to injure, precisely to demonstrate. He put enough force behind it to break 2 ribs and collapse a lung, and he walked past her fallen body without looking back and disappeared into the trees beyond the gate with his escort. Hinata lay in the road with her ribs broken and her breath coming in shallow hitches and her vision going gray at the edges. She was conscious long enough to feel the air change. She was conscious long enough to feel the weight descend. The pressure that made the ground seem to vibrate, that made the air itself go thick and heavy and charged with something that her Byakugan, even fading, could perceive as a wave of energy so vast it blanked out everything else in her visual range. Then she was unconscious. The medic team that found her 4 minutes later noted in their report that the temperature in the immediate area of her collapse was 15 degrees lower than the ambient night air, as though something immense had pulled all the warmth from the space on its way past. The village felt the change. Every shinobi in Konoha above the rank of Chunin felt it. A pressure shift, an atmospheric weight descending, the feeling of something enormous and furious passing through the village at a speed that made it a presence without being a shape. Kurenai looked up from her desk and her pen cracked in her hand. She did not know why. She put the pen down and stood up and walked to her window and looked out at the skyline and felt her heartbeat doing something she associated with the proximity of lethal threats. Shino was in his family compound when his bugs collectively stopped moving. Every insect in his body, every bug in the hive colonies on the compound grounds, every arthropod within a 100-meter radius of Shino Aburame went still simultaneously and stayed still for 6 seconds. His father, across the compound, looked up from his tea. The Ambu on night patrol felt something pass them at a speed they could detect but could not track. They filed no reports. They never filed reports about Naruto Uzumaki. That was the standing policy. Naruto reached the Valley of the End 40 minutes after leaving the village. He reached it because he knew where Sasuke would go. The boy's sense of theater, his need for symbolic stages, his obsession with destiny, and the weight of history. The Valley of the End was where Madara and Hashirama had fought for the soul of the shinobi world. Sasuke would go there because Sasuke believed his own story was that important. He was standing at the base of the Madara statue when Naruto arrived on the opposite cliff, the Hashirama side, the stone figure's massive feet at his back. Sasuke stood with his arms at his sides and his Sharingan active, and the curse mark pulsing on his neck like a second heartbeat. And he looked across the waterfall at the figure standing above him, and he smiled. It was the smile of someone who believed they understood the situation. Naruto. Sasuke's voice carried across the falling water. The demon bartender. Come to bring me back? The figure on the opposite cliff said nothing. Sasuke's smile widened. The curse mark began to spread. Black patterns racing across his skin from the origin point on his neck, covering his face, his arms, his chest, transforming him as it went. His skin went gray. His hair lengthened and turned ash white. Wings erupted from his back, hand-shaped, webbed, grotesque. Curse marked stage 2. His power doubled and he felt it like a tide rising inside him, and it was everything Orochimaru had promised. Strength beyond his body's natural limits. A shortcut paved in someone else's power. He channeled everything into his left hand. Lightning gathered. Not the blue-white of his standard Chidori, but something else. Something that matched the curse mark's palette. Purple-black, crackling with malice, hungry for a target. Black Chidori. The most destructive form of his technique. The sound it made was less like birds chirping and more like something tearing. "I'll kill you!" Sasuke screamed across the valley. He launched himself from the Madara statue's base, with the wings carrying him upward and forward. Black Chidori extended, every ounce of his borrowed power aimed at the figure on the opposite cliff. Naruto stood motionless while Sasuke crossed the gap. The grin was absent. The bartender was absent. The cheerful energy that filled rooms and made people comfortable and made Hinata faint was nowhere in this space. What stood on the cliff above the Valley of the End was the thing that lived beneath all of it. The dragon sin of wrath in its truest form, wearing the skin of a boy and containing a fury so old and so absolute that it predated the concept of fury itself. Assault mode activated. Void matter coated Naruto's body from head to toe. A layer of black that was less a color and more an absence, a negation, the visual representation of demonic power manifesting at its full expression. The demon mark covered every inch of visible skin, forehead to jawline crawling down his neck, spreading across his arms and hands and chest until there was more black than skin visible. His eyes were holes. His expression was absent. Emotion had gone offline. What remained was purpose and power and nothing else. The sky above the valley went pitch black. The clouds churned and fled from the epicenter of whatever was radiating from the figure on the cliff. The water of the river below began to steam, heated by proximity to the power output, converted to vapor by the ambient energy rolling off Naruto's body in waves visible to the naked eye. Sasuke's Sharingan, 3 tomoe spinning in each eye, calibrated to read threats, designed by centuries of bloodline refinement to assess and counter incoming danger, rid the figure in front of him. His eyes sent his brain a complete assessment. His brain processed the assessment. His nervous system translated the assessment into a single, overwhelming command that bypassed every other signal in his body. Run. He was already mid-flight. He was already committed. His black Chidori was already extended, the lightning screaming toward its target. He could not run. He could only arrive. He arrived. Naruto reached out with one hand and caught the black Chidori. His bare palm closed around Sasuke's wrist, around the technique itself, the lightning crackling against his void-coated skin and dying. The electricity met the demonic aura and lost. The energy met the void matter and was consumed. The black Chidori, Sasuke's most powerful technique, the pinnacle of everything Orochimaru's curse mark had given him access to, flickered in Naruto's grip like a candle in a hurricane and went out. Naruto held Sasuke's wrist. He held it the way you hold something that had made a genuine attempt but had failed to matter. He looked at the dead technique in his grip. He looked at Sasuke's face, the gray skin, the curse mark pattern, the Sharingan eyes wide with the first genuine surprise Naruto had ever seen on the Uchiha's face. "You injured what is mine, Uchiha." One punched, Naruto's left fist connected with Sasuke's chest. There was no technique name. There was no jutsu. There was no elemental affinity or special ability or bloodline power behind it. It was a punch. A single closed fist, driven forward by a body that contained the strength of the dragon sin of wrath in its fullest expression. The eldest son of the Demon King, a being who had fought archangels and commandments and gods, and found all of them breakable. The shockwave produced by the impact destroyed both statues at the Valley of the End. Madara's stone face exploded first, the concussive wave catching the granite and reducing it to rubble. Centuries of monument crumbling in a heartbeat. Hashirama's followed a fraction of a second later, the blast radiating outward in a sphere, catching everything within its range and removing it from the landscape. The river vaporized in a 10-meter radius around the point of impact. The cliff face cracked, deep fractures racing outward from the epicenter like a spider web drawn in stone, extending 50 meters in every direction. The ground beneath the valley shook with a force that registered on seismic instruments in Konoha, 30 kilometers to the south. Sasuke's spine broke. The impact transferred through his body with a totality that his curse mark enhancement could not mitigate. His wings crumpled. His trajectory reversed. He went from moving forward to moving backward at a speed his body was never designed to experience. He hit the cliff face behind him, and the rock cratered around his body, and he slid down the stone and hit the ground and did not move. The curse mark receded. It pulled itself off Sasuke's skin with visible urgency, retreating from his face, his arms, his chest, racing back toward the origin point on his neck like a living thing that had made a survival calculation and arrived at an immediate conclusion. The black patterns fled from Sasuke's body the way prey flees a predator, pulling inward, pulling away, withdrawing into the seal on his neck, and going dormant with a finality that suggested it would be very long before it volunteered to activate again, while within range of whatever it had just experienced. Naruto stood above Sasuke on the ruined cliff. Assault mode was still active, void matter coating his skin, his expression carrying nothing, his eyes twin voids that reflected zero light. He reached down with one hand and lifted Sasuke by the throat, raised him off the ground, held him at arm's length, looked at him the way you look at something you are deciding whether to discard or destroy. 1 second passed. Naruto dropped him. Sasuke hit the ground and lay there, spine broken, curse mark dormant, Sharingan deactivated by his body's emergency shutdown protocols, every system in his body focused on the singular task of remaining alive. He could see the sky above him. He could see the figure standing over him, the void-coated form of Naruto Uzumaki turning away, walking toward the edge of the ruined cliff, each step carrying a weight that made the broken ground fracture further beneath his feet. Sasuke watched him go. Something in Sasuke's chest, in the space where his certainty lived, where his understanding of power and hierarchy and his place in the world's order had been built brick by brick over years of obsession, felt wrong. It felt like a room he had constructed with great care, a room without windows. And something had just opened a wall and shown him the sky beyond it, and the sky was larger than anything his room had ever accounted for. And the figure walking away from him without looking back was carrying more power in a single hand than Sasuke's entire framework had the architecture to contain. He lay on the ground at the valley of the end, and he breathed in shallow hitches around his broken spine, and he stared at the sky, and he did not move. Assault mode deactivated 300 meters from the valley. The void matter receded from Naruto's skin, pulling back like a tide, revealing the blonde hair and the whisker marks and the face of a 12-year-old boy who should have been wiping glasses behind a bar counter. The demon marks withdrew from his body. His eyes went from void to blue. The grin did not return. He was walking toward Konoha with his hands at his sides and his face carrying something the audience has never seen on it before. A tiredness that was older than his body. A weight that sat behind his eyes like sediment at the bottom of a very old river. He was not angry anymore. The wrath had served its purpose and retreated. What remained was the other thing, the thing that made the dragon sin of wrath endure 3,000 years of curse and suffering and loss. He walked back to Konoha. The retrieval teams found Sasuke at the valley 90 minutes later. They found him alive, barely. They found the destroyed statues. They found the vaporized river still refilling its channel. They found the fractures in the cliff face extending deeper than their measurement tools could assess. They filed a report that read like a natural disaster assessment rather than a mission debrief. Naruto went directly to the hospital. He knew where Hinata was. He had known the moment he entered the village, the same way he always knew, the same way Meliodas always knew where Elizabeth was in every lifetime, regardless of distance or obstacle. He walked through the hospital corridors without stopping at the front desk, without checking a room number, without hesitating at any junction. He walked directly to her door and opened it and stepped inside. She was asleep. Her ribs were bandaged. An IV line ran into her left arm. Her breathing was steady, even, measured, the breathing of someone who was healing and doing it well. The moonlight came through the window beside her bed and caught her hair and made it look like silver thread spread across the pillow. Naruto sat down in the chair beside the window. He did not speak. He did not adjust anything in the room. He folded his hands in his lap and he watched her breathe, and his face carried something that had been there for 3,000 years and had never once diminished, something that looked at Hinata Hyuga the way Meliodas looked at Elizabeth, counting every rise and fall of her chest, keeping inventory of something precious. The hospital was still around him. The corridor outside the room was empty. A nurse passed the door once, saw the blonde boy sitting vigil in the chair beside the window, and kept walking. Something about the scene, the stillness of it, the completeness of it, suggested that interruption was neither welcome nor necessary. 20 minutes passed. Hinata's eyes opened. Her lashes fluttered. That soft, confused awakening that happens when the body pulls itself from sleep without an alarm. She blinked at the ceiling. She blinked at the moonlight. She turned her head toward the window. Naruto was already looking at her. He had been looking at her since he sat down, and he had never looked away. His eyes were blue, the bluest they had ever been, carrying the full depth of every lifetime he had lived and every version of this scene he had experienced across millennia of finding the same soul in different faces. The grin returned. Small, warm, the real one. Sate. Took you long enough. She looked at him. She looked at his face, the exhaustion behind his eyes, the warmth layered over it, the particular way his mouth curved when he was looking at her, and meant every piece of what his expression communicated. She looked at him, and she felt her chest tighten in a way that had nothing to do with her broken ribs. She closed her eyes, a smile, small, genuine, carrying everything she was still learning to say out loud, formed on her lips. I'm here, Naruto-kun. I know. You always are. The red climbed her cheeks in the way the audience already knows, starting at her jaw, racing upward past her cheekbones, flooding her entire face with a color that made the hospital room's fluorescent lighting seem warm by comparison. Her consciousness wavered. The familiar sway began at her shoulders. Her eyelids fluttered once, twice, 3 times in rapid sequence, while her nervous system held a vote about whether this particular proximity was survivable at this particular hour of the morning. The vote came back split. Hinata Hyuga stayed conscious through what appeared to be sheer biological stubbornness, the kind that grows in a body after 6 weeks of exposure to something it refuses to stop experiencing, regardless of the neurological cost. Naruto's grin widened. He was still holding her hand. His thumb moved once across her knuckles, a motion so small and so warm that it made the machines monitoring her vitals produce a beep they had never produced before. The nurse at the station down the hall glanced at her readout screen, saw the heart rate spike, and decided the patient was fine without checking because something about the ambient energy coming from that room suggested intervention was unnecessary. You stayed up this time, Naruto said. His voice carried the satisfaction of someone watching a personal record get broken. That's progress. Hinata's mouth opened. A sound came from it that was attempting to be words. The sound rearranged itself twice before arriving at something the human ear could parse. How long have you been here? Since you got here. He said it the way someone says the sun rose this morning. Obvious, complete, requiring zero elaboration. His eyes were blue and carrying the particular weight they carried when they were looking at her. And the bartender routine had stepped back to let something older occupy the front of his expression. Sasuke's alive, in case you were wondering. She blinked. The memory of the gate came back, the palm strike, the ribs breaking, the air leaving her lungs in a way that told her body to stop. Then the weight descending, the temperature dropping, the sense of something enormous passing through the space around her falling body at a speed that made presence feel like weather. You went after him. I brought him back. His grin carried an edge that lived underneath the warmth, something that had been there when he left and had been put away before he returned to this room. He'll think twice about aiming at what belongs to me. Hinata's face went a shade of red that the hospital's paint charts had never cataloged. Her hand tightened around his fingers. She opened her mouth to say something, something the audience can see forming behind her eyes, something that her voice has been building toward for 6 weeks of fainting and recovering and fainting again. And then the door opened. Kurenai Yuhi stood in the doorway with a mission folder under one arm and an expression that combined relief with the particular brand of exhaustion that comes from being a Jonin sensei to a team containing one demon prince, one insect strategist, and one heiress whose medical file now included the notation frequent loss of consciousness, teammate induced. She looked at the scene in front of her, the held hands, the proximity, the blush visible from orbit, and she exhaled through her nose. Uzumaki, visiting hours started 10 minutes ago. I got here early. You got here 6 hours ago. The night staff filed 3 separate reports about a blonde figure in the 3rd floor corridor refusing to use the waiting area. Naruto's grin went full wattage. The waiting area has terrible chairs. Kurenai closed her eyes. She breathed. She opened her eyes and looked at Hinata, and something in her expression softened for a fraction of a heartbeat before the Jonin sensei composure reasserted itself. How are you feeling? Better, sensei. Hinata's voice was steady. Her hand was still in Naruto's grip, and she was making zero effort to change that fact. The medic said 2 more days. Good. Kurenai tucked the mission folder tighter under her arm. She looked at Naruto one more time. The broken sword on his back, the whisker marks, the blue eyes that carried more history than her entire lineage combined. And she made the same decision she had been making for weeks. She accepted what she could manage. She released what she could never have managed in the first place. 2 more days, then we have a debrief. She left. The door closed. The room was theirs again. Naruto turned back to Hinata with the energy of someone whose entire universe had narrowed to the radius of one hospital bed and found the dimensions completely satisfactory. He leaned forward until his chin rested on the mattress edge, his face level with hers, his eyes half-lidded, his proximity doing things to her cardiovascular system that would give the monitoring equipment material for the rest of the morning. 2 more days, he said. Then you're coming back to the boar hat. I'm making you something. What are you making? Breakfast. He said it like a promise. Every morning, starting the day you get out. Hinata's consciousness made a valiant attempt to evacuate. It reached the exit. It turned back. Something in her had planted its feet sometime during the last 8 hours. Sometime between the moment she felt the temperature drop around her falling body and the moment she opened her eyes to find him sitting in the chair beside her window. And that something was staying. She stayed conscious. She held his gaze. She felt her heart doing things that made the monitoring equipment produce sounds she would have to explain to the nurse later. And she said, in a voice that trembled at the edges but held its center, every morning, every single one. She smiled. The audience has seen Hinata Hyuga blush. The audience has seen her faint. The audience has seen her press together fingers and her soft voice and her lavender eyes going wide with surprise. They have never seen her smile like this, open, carrying the full weight of something she has stopped trying to hide, directed at a being who has been looking at her across 3,000 years of faces and finding the same soul every time. Naruto's breath caught. It was small, barely perceptible, a hitch in the rhythm of someone who has lived 800 lifetimes and been surprised by very few things across the span of them. His grin softened into something the audience recognizes as the real one, the underneath one, the one that lives below the performance and surfaces only when something genuinely reaches the center of him. The morning continued. The village outside the hospital window moved through its first full day since the Valley of the End became 2 fewer statues and 1 more crater, and the machinery of Konoha's response systems engaged with the data from the previous night in the way large institutions engage with information that challenges their existing models. Slowly, with many cups of tea going cold on many desks, and with a growing stack of documentation that asked more questions than it answered, Hiruzen Sarutobi sat behind his desk in the Hokage Tower with the Valley of the End damage assessment spread across the surface in front of him. The photographs alone occupied 3 folders. The geological survey team had measured the fractures extending from the impact point. They extended 40 meters in 4 directions. deeper than any measurement instrument the team possessed could register. The river had refilled its bed, but the flow pattern had been permanently altered. Both statues, monuments that had stood since the founding era, representations of the very philosophy the village was built on, were rubble spread across a radius that the survey team described with numbers that made Hiruzen reach for his pipe. The statues had been destroyed by a shockwave, a single shockwave, the product of one punch. Hiruzen set the report down. He looked at the ceiling. He thought about the 8-year-old who had built a tavern on the eastern outskirts and served him tea with a grin that carried more centuries than the village had years. He thought about the note he had written in a file 4 years ago. Leave him alone, whatever he is. And he wondered whether that policy still constituted wisdom or had simply become inertia. He poured himself tea that he would forget to drink. He filed the report in a drawer that was approaching capacity in a way that suggested a second drawer would soon be necessary. He put out his pipe and looked at the village through his office window. The rooftops, the morning light, the training grounds where genin were taking their first steps towards something larger. And he made a sound. It carried the weight of a man who has been Hokage longer than most of his ninja have been alive, processing the confirmation that the most powerful thing in his village is 12 years old and carrying a broken sword and running a tavern with a sign that looks like a boar having a medical emergency. 3 streets away from the Hokage Tower, in a building whose existence appeared on 0 official maps, Danzo Shimura was reading a different version of the same information. His office was underground. The light came from fixtures that cast everything in the shade of old paper. His desk held files that should never have existed, surveillance reports, operational assessments, the accumulated intelligence of a man who had spent decades building a shadow infrastructure parallel to the village's public-facing systems. He was old. He was patient. He was built from the belief that power serves its purpose only when directed, and the purpose was always his to define. The Naruto Uzumaki file had been growing in Danzo's personal archives for 3 years. Every incident report that reached the Intelligence Division's locked drawer also reached Danzo's desk through channels he had established long before the current Hokage's tenure. The tavern incident with the rogue Chunin, the Raiga Kurosuke elimination, the Chunin exam crater, the Akatsuki engagement, and now the Valley of the End, the complete physical destruction of 2 founding-era monuments by a single kinetic event produced by the target during an engagement with a high-value defecting asset. Danzo looked at the complete file. He saw what Hiruzen saw. He drew a different conclusion. Where Hiruzen saw something to leave alone, Danzo saw something to direct. The distinction between those 2 perspectives had defined the gap between the 2 men for 40 years. Danzo had never once in his career observed power without immediately calculating how it could serve the village. And by the village, he meant the architecture he intended to build once the current leadership structure was replaced with something more efficient. He dispatched 3 root operatives, the best available, masked, conditioned, carrying suppression tools that had been tested against A-class targets in controlled environments. Their mission parameters were simple: observe, report, and if opportunity presents itself, deploy the level 7 restriction seal on the target's person. The seal was chakra-based, Ambu grade, designed to fold elite Jonin inside 5 seconds by collapsing their Tenketsu network from the outside in. The 3 operatives moved through the village without footprints, without witnesses, without the ambient presence that most humans carry as a byproduct of existing in a shared space. They reached the Boar Hat at 6:30 in the evening. The sign was swaying. The lights were on. The door was open. They entered formation. 2 flanking, 1 center approach, and the center operative raised his hand toward the door. Sate. If you're going to watch me, you should at least order something. The voice came from inside the tavern, from behind the counter, from the blonde figure who was already looking at the door with a grin that suggested he had been looking at the door for the entire duration of their approach and had decided to let them arrive before acknowledging the obvious. The 3 operatives froze. Root conditioning produced some of the most psychologically fortified shinobi the village had ever fielded. Men and women trained to suppress fear responses, trained to operate in the presence of killing intent without flinching, trained to execute mission parameters regardless of the emotional weight pressing against their nervous systems. The three operatives stood in the boar hat doorway, and their conditioning held their bodies in place, while their instincts sent signals that their conditioning had never been built to override. "Come in," Naruto said. He was polishing a glass. The broken sword was on his back. His posture was the posture of a bartender at work and nothing else. "Sit down. First drinks on the house." They sat down. There was a comedy in it that the narrator wants the audience to feel without underscoring. Three of the most lethal covert operatives in Konoha's hidden infrastructure, masks on, weapons pouched, full field suppression gear loaded, sitting at a bar counter on 3 stools in a row while a 12-year-old with whisker marks set drinks in front of them with the easy confidence of someone who has been doing this since before their organization existed. "You like sake? I've got a batch from last week that turned out excellent." He was already pouring. The glass clinked against the counter surface in front of the center operative. "Or ale. The ale's always good." The three operatives looked at their drinks. They looked at each other through the eye slits of their masks. The center operative, the mission lead, carrying the level 7 restriction seal in a scroll case on his left hip, made a decision that his training supported and his instincts screamed against. His hand moved toward the scroll case. Naruto set the bottle down. His grin stayed exactly where it was. His eyes shifted, 1 degree of warmth dropping out of them, replaced by something that made the ambient temperature in the tavern feel like it had opinions about the next 3 seconds. "I wouldn't." The hand stopped. "Drink your sake. Enjoy the evening. Tell me about the weather. I like hearing about the weather." His grin came back to full warmth so fast it gave the operative whiplash. "But leave that seal where it is. It won't work, and we'll both be embarrassed." The center operative's hand moved away from the scroll case. His training was screaming at him to continue. Mission parameters were absolute. Orders were absolute. Root conditioning was absolute. His hand moved away anyway. Something underneath the conditioning, something older than training, something his body understood at a level that preceded language, had received a signal from the being behind the counter and translated it perfectly. They drank their sake. All 3 of them. They sat at the counter for 20 minutes while Naruto refilled their glasses and told them about the herb garden he was starting behind the tavern and asked if any of them knew anything about mint cultivation. One of them, the flanking operative on the left, made a sound that might have been an answer. The masks made it difficult to tell. When they left, the center operative paused at the door. He turned back. The level 7 seal was still in its scroll case, unused, undeployed. Naruto looked at him over the rim of a glass he was inspecting for spots. "Run along. Tell him the answer is no." The operative left. Danzo received the debriefing 30 minutes later in his underground office. He sat behind his desk and listened to the report. The 3-part report of 3 operatives who had been sent to assess and engage, and had instead spent 20 minutes drinking sake and discussing herb cultivation. And his one visible eye carried the particular flatness of a man processing information that invalidated his previous assessment without giving him a replacement. He crossed the Naruto Uzumaki file from the resources column in his personal ledger. He moved it to a column that had fewer entries, a column labeled with a word that Danzo used for things he worked around rather than through. The column was small. After today, it contained 1 additional name. He closed the ledger. He sat in the silence of his underground office, and he began thinking in a different direction. Lateral, indirect. The thinking of a man who has been told the front door leads nowhere useful and is already calculating which windows might still open. This would matter later. For now, it was a seed planted in soil the audience could track. The evening settled over Konoha in the way evenings do when the immediate crisis has passed and the longer crisis has yet to announce itself. The boar hat's light stayed on. The door stayed open. The ale continued to be the best thing within 3 countries for anyone who knew where to find it. teammate found their way to the counter as the last light left the sky, drawn by habit, by the specific gravity that the tavern exerted on its regulars, by the need that follows hard missions to sit somewhere that feels like it exists outside the operational tempo of the village. Kurenai arrived first, mission folder tucked into her vest pocket, her expression carrying the weight of a full day spent in debrief rooms, explaining things she had chosen to leave out of her written report. She sat at the far end of the counter and accepted whatever Naruto put in front of her without asking what it was. Shino materialized at the stool beside her with zero announcement. High collar, sunglasses reflecting the tavern's lamplight, his posture suggesting that he had been there for some time, even though Kurenai would have sworn the seat was empty 3 seconds ago. A beetle landed on the counter surface beside his elbow, and he observed it with the focus of a man cataloging something important. Hinata came through the door in a way that made Naruto's entire posture shift, a reorientation so complete that the glass he had been holding landed on the counter surface without his eyes ever leaving the doorway. She was still bandaged under her jacket. Her movements carried the care of someone whose ribs had opinions about sudden changes in direction. She was here anyway, because 2 days in a hospital bed had been enough, and because the discharge paperwork was technically submitted, even if it had yet to be fully processed. My Elizabeth. His voice wrapped around the words the way it always did, like a title, like a declaration, like something he had been saying for 3,000 years and intended to say for 3,000 more. You're early. The nurses said tomorrow. She sat at the stool that had always been hers, the one closest to wherever Naruto was standing behind the counter, the one that put her within arm's reach. I left anyway. His grin went wide. That's my girl. She went red. She stayed conscious. Shino's beetle took flight from the counter surface and landed on his collar, which was its way of expressing something the narrator interprets as approval of the general trajectory. Kurenai drank her drink and wrote nothing in her mission log, because some evenings were better served by the absence of documentation. The tavern held them. The warmth of it, the completeness of it, the sense that this space existed slightly apart from the village's operational architecture and would continue existing regardless of what the morning brought. The morning brought distance. 3 weeks of it. Distance from the valley, distance from the sound of statues breaking, distance from the weight of seismic reports and intelligence files, and the growing awareness across every rank of Konoha's military that something among them operated at a scale the existing frameworks were insufficient to describe. Then the morning brought Orochimaru's army at the border. The intelligence arrived at the Hokage Tower at dawn. Relay birds from the eastern patrol stations, 3 of them landing in sequence with scrolls that carried the same message in increasing levels of urgency. The Sound Village's military forces were mobilizing. Full deployment, hundreds of modified shinobi, the products of Orochimaru's experimental program, enhanced beyond their natural ceilings in ways that the intelligence reports describe with words like aberrant and unprecedented. They moved toward the Land of Fire's eastern border in formation, organized, armed, carrying the intent of an army that has been told where to go and given permission to arrive. Hiruzen Sarutobi read the first relay scroll with his morning tea still warm. He read the second relay scroll with his tea going cold. He read the third relay scroll standing at his office window looking east toward the border and calculating response times for his available Jonin squads and Ambu rapid deployment teams. The math was uncomfortable. The sound mobilization was large enough to require 3 full response teams at minimum, Jonin-led, Ambu-supported, operating in coordinated zones to cover the full width of the eastern approach. It was the kind of threat that demanded immediate resource allocation, immediate coordination with the border patrol infrastructure, immediate Hokage-sama. His assistant appeared at the door. Her expression carried the particular strain of someone delivering information they have already decided is above their pay grade. Naruto Uzumaki left the village 30 minutes ago, Eastern Gate, heading toward the border. Hiruzen looked at his assistant. He looked at the 3 relay scrolls on his desk. He looked at the tea that was now fully cold and would require replacement. He sat down behind his desk and folded his hands and made the executive decision to wait. The waiting lasted 4 hours. Naruto reached the eastern border at a walk. His hands were in his pockets. The broken sword rested on his back. The morning light caught his hair and made it bright against the tree line, and the sound of birds accompanied his journey until the last 2 kilometers before the border, at which point the birds went silent in the way wildlife goes silent when something they instinctively avoid is ahead of them in large numbers. The Sound Army's vanguard occupied a field at the border's edge, a natural staging ground wide enough for formation deployment, the grass beaten flat by several hundred pairs of feet. They were there. They were real. The enhanced fighters at the front carried the visible markers of Orochimaru's modification program: enlarged musculature, chakra-conductive implants visible beneath their skin, the particular stillness of bodies that had been rebuilt from the inside out and were carrying more power than their original architectures were designed to hold. Behind the vanguard, the main force stretched back through the tree line, rows of standard sound shinobi, armed and deployed, operating under orders that had brought them to this exact point and told them to wait for the signal to advance. Several hundred fighters in total. An army that would have challenged Konoha's standard defensive response for days. The vanguard saw Naruto first. One figure, walking, hands in pockets, approaching the several hundred-person military formation with the energy of someone going to check whether his herb garden needed watering. The frontline commander, one of the enhanced units, chakra implants glowing beneath the skin of his forearms, his assessment training running calculations about the approaching figure, felt something. His body felt it before his mind named it. The thing approaching him across the field carried a presence that his enhanced senses registered as pressure against his chest, as weight in the air, as the same signal his body sent him when standing at the edge of a high place and looking down. He gave the order anyway. Because orders, the vanguard attacked in 3 waves. The first wave was standard, thrown weapons, ranged techniques, a spread of offensive jutsu that represented the training and capability of experienced combatants operating at above average capacity due to their enhancements. Kunai, shuriken, fire techniques, wind techniques. The combined output of 40 modified fighters aimed at one target. The techniques crossed the field. They reached Naruto. The broken sword came off his back in one motion. The draw so fast it looked like the blade had always been in his hand and the sheath was the illusion. Full counter. 40 techniques worth of combined elemental force hit the broken sword's edge and stopped existing as incoming. The blade held them for one fraction of a heartbeat, a frozen instant where the energy sat against the metal like something forgetting which direction it belonged to, and then everything reversed. The combined output of the first wave's full arsenal went back at them at double force, double speed, carrying the density of 80 attacks compressed into the return path of 40. The first wave stopped being a consideration. The ground where they had stood became a trench, 60 meters long, 4 meters at its deepest point. The soil blackened at the edges from the thermal output of the reflected fire techniques. The sound shinobi who had been standing in that space were in various states of consciousness at distances ranging from 10 to 50 meters from their original positions, their enhanced bodies having absorbed enough of the reflected force to remain technically alive while removing them entirely from combat effectiveness. The second wave hesitated. This was the reasonable response. The response of modified human beings whose enhancements had improved their combat capability without removing their access to the base-level survival instincts that kept organisms alive in the presence of predation. They hesitated for 1 second, 2 seconds, 3, then they attacked. Because orders, Naruto moved forward instead of holding position. He went into the second wave rather than waiting for it, the broken sword in one hand, his other hand open at his side, his feet covering ground at a pace that made the enhanced fighters' tracking capabilities produce error messages their modified nervous systems had never encountered. He was among them before the gap between his starting position and their formation could register as a distance he had already crossed. Hellblaze ignited along the blade's edge. The pitch-black fire spread from hilt to tip. that impossible color, that absence-wearing fire's shape, consuming the ambient light around it and burning without the properties that made fire identifiable as fire. Every swing of the blade left a trail of it in the air behind the edge, and every trail persisted for half a second before fading, and in that half second, everything it touched stopped functioning in whatever capacity it had been functioning. Enhanced chakra implants under the modified fighter's skin met Hellblaze and burned out. The implants were designed to withstand enormous chakra throughput. They had been tested against A-class techniques in Orochimaru's laboratories and passed every trial. They met Hellblaze, and the testing results became irrelevant because the black fire operated on a principle that preceded chakra's existence and owed nothing to its frameworks. Naruto moved through the second wave like weather through a field of paper. The sound of the blade working was constant, a rhythm of swings that connected without pause, each one carrying Hellblaze into whatever it touched, each one removing an opponent from the engagement, with the efficiency of a bartender clearing glasses from a counter after closing time. His expression carried the mild concentration of someone performing a task he found necessary rather than interesting. The same face he wore when scrubbing a stain from the bar counter or fixing the leak in the boar hat's roof. The second wave fell in 8 seconds. The main force, several hundred strong, stretching back through the tree line, watching the Vanguard's elite units go down in single digits of elapsed seconds, received the data that their frontline commander had received 4 minutes earlier. Their bodies told them what their orders could never override. The thing crossing the field toward them was carrying a weight that made their collective force feel like a rounding error in a calculation they were never part of. The third wave broke before it formed. Shinobi at the edges of the formation, the ones with direct sightlines to the aftermath in the field, turned first. Then the ones beside them turned. The retreat propagated through the formation like a wave moving through water, starting at the front and reaching the back in 3 seconds flat. Several hundred sound shinobi, the full deployment of Orochimaru's invasion force, turned away from the border and moved in the opposite direction at the maximum speed their bodies could produce. Naruto stood in the field between the two trenches his counterattacks had produced. He watched the army withdraw. He sheathed the broken sword on his back with the motion that looked like breathing. He adjusted the collar of his jacket. He put his hands back in his pockets. Sat, Sate. At least these ones had the sense to run. He turned around. He walked back toward Konoha at the same pace he had left it. Hands in pockets, morning light catching his hair. The birds returning to the trees behind him as the presence of several hundred fleeing Lanefrocs. Sound Shinobi created enough distance for wildlife to remember how to make noise. In his third backup laboratory, 80 kilometers north of the disbanded army's original staging point, Orochimaru sat in the body he had been wearing since the Forest of Death and listened to the report reaching him through his relay network. His hands were folded in front of his face. His golden eyes reflected the lamplight of his underground workspace. The snake's smile, the default expression he wore like armor against the world's judgment, was absent. The army had been a test. He already knew this. He had sent it knowing what would likely happen, because the information produced by the response was worth more than the military asset expended to obtain it. The information was this: Naruto Uzumaki responded to border-level threats personally and resolved them without strain. The response time was 4 hours from alert to elimination. The combat duration was measured in seconds rather than minutes. Orochimaru filed the information alongside everything else he had accumulated about the target. The file sat in his mind in the same column Danzo had used, the column for things you work around. Orochimaru's version of that column was smaller. It contained fewer entries than Danzo's. Before the Forest of Death, it had contained 0. He turned his golden eyes back to the research in front of him. The ongoing projects, the experiments that required attention regardless of what the border situation demanded, and he released the Sound Village Army from his operational planning for the Eastern Front. The tool had proven inappropriate for the task. A mind like Orochimaru's accepted that conclusion and redirected without dwelling. In Konoha, the intelligence division received the patrol station's confirmation of the army's full withdrawal before noon. The eastern border was clear. The threat assessment returned to baseline. The third Hokage read the updated intelligence brief, noted the duration of the engagement in the margin, 11 seconds of active combat, and filed the document in the drawer that was now officially a second drawer, having outgrown the first during the Valley of the End documentation cycle. On the third floor of Konoha's medical facility, in a room with a window facing east, Sasuke Uchiha watched the distant tree line from his bed. His spine was healing. The medic nin worked in shifts, applying their techniques in layered sessions that rebuilt the structural damage increment by increment over weeks of sustained treatment. He could sit upright. He could turn his head. He could watch through the window as the sun moved across the sky and calculate the distance between the eastern gate and the figure that had left through it that morning and returned through it 4 hours later. He had felt the departure. Even from his bed, even through the walls and the distance and the morphine dulling his pain receptors, he had felt the shift in the village's ambient energy that accompanied Naruto Uzumaki leaving. A lessening, a reduction in weight, as though the village were a boat and someone had lifted the heaviest thing from its hull and the waterline had changed. Then 4 hours later, the weight returned. The waterline settled back to its previous depth. The village sat the way it always sat when its heaviest occupant was within its walls. Sasuke lay in his bed and he looked at the ceiling and he thought. His thoughts were different now. The architecture that had held them for years, the single-track system of revenge and power, and the straight line he had drawn between himself and his brother's death, had sustained structural damage at the valley that the medic nin could address in his spine, but could address nowhere else. The line was still there. The destination was still there. But the walls around the path had been removed, and what Sasuke could see beyond them was larger than anything the walls had allowed him to perceive before. He thought about a punch that produced a shockwave strong enough to break monuments. He thought about the absolute absence of hesitation in it, the way Naruto had moved from decision to execution with zero gap between the two, the way power at that scale had been deployed with the same effort a person uses to close a door. He thought about what it meant to stand in front of something that operated at that level and believe, as Sasuke had believed for years, that his own trajectory of power accumulation would eventually produce something comparable. The ceiling held his gaze and offered nothing. Sasuke breathed in the shallow hitches that his healing spine allowed, and he felt something shifting behind his eyes. Something that might have been the beginning of a different kind of sight if he let it settle long enough to take shape. He did not speak to Naruto. He was still healing, still processing, still turning the new architecture over in his mind and testing its angles against the light. The readiness would come. When it did, it would look different from anything Sasuke Uchiha had carried before. The weeks turned. The village breathed. The boar hat served its regulars, and the sign outside continued to look like a boar experiencing a medical emergency, and the ale continued to be extraordinary, and Team 8 continued to operate in the strange and unclassifiable space they had occupied since their formation. Missions run, targets met, reports filed with the particular brevity that Kurenai had perfected over months of deciding which details served official documentation and which details would generate questions she had no desire to answer. Then the red clouds came back. Itachi Uchiha and Kasame Hoshigaki crossed the Land of Fire's border at 3 in the morning on a day the weather reports had predicted would be unremarkable. They moved through the forests surrounding Konoha with the practiced invisibility of 2 S-class operators who had been doing this work longer than most of their targets had been alive. Kisame carried Samahada on his back, the sentient blade wrapped in bandages, its hunger radiating outward in a field that pulled at ambient chakra the way a drain pulls at standing water. Itachi moved beside him with the stillness of a man whose body had long since stopped performing unnecessary motion. Every step placed with the minimum energy expenditure, every breath measured against a timeline his partner did not know about and would never ask. Payne's orders were explicit: Observe and assess the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Gather first-person data on the anomalous power signature that had eliminated Hidan, Kakuzu, and, if Nagato's private intelligence was correct, permanently damaged the operational capacity of the six-pass receiver system during preliminary testing. The orders said observe. The orders said assess. The orders carried the unspoken truth that Pain would accept whatever outcome the observation produced, including the one where his observers decided the assessment was complete after 30 seconds and withdrew. Itachi's reasons for going sat in a different column than Pain's reasons for sending him. They were layered, those reasons, buried beneath years of double agency and triple calculation, and the exhausting maintenance of a cover that had cost him everything he loved in exchange for the survival of one specific person. He had been reading the intelligence fragments filtering out of Konoha for months, the crater reports, the Sasuke retrieval, the thing at the valley that had broken his brother's spine, and this detail lived in Itachi's mind with a different weight than all the others. Let him live. Let him live. The demon bartender with the broken sword had broken Sasuke's spine and let him live. This was information Itachi had been carrying since the morning after the valley, and it had produced in him a conclusion he wanted to verify in person. They reached the Boar Hat at 10:30 in the morning. The sign was swaying, the lights were off, closed for the morning. The tavern's irregular hours, a source of mild frustration for regulars who kept hoping for early morning ale and kept finding a locked door. The interior was visible through the front windows, counter, shelves, mismatched glasses catching the morning light. Naruto was behind the counter, wiping a glass, the broken sword on his back, the cloth moving in slow circles on the glass surface, with the meditative focus of someone who has been performing this exact motion in some form for 800 lifetimes and finds it centering. Itachi stood in the doorway. Naruto looked up. Took you longer than I expected, Uchiha. Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan activated. The shift from standard Sharingan to its evolved form occurring in the space between one breath and the next. The pattern in his irises reshaping itself into the geometry that had defined the highest ceiling of Uchiha ocular power for generations. The technique that followed required 0 hand seals, 0 warning, 0 wind up. It existed in the moment of eye contact and deployed through that contact with absolute efficiency, Tsukuyomi. 72 hours of subjective time compressed into 1 second of real time. An illusion so complete it overwrote its sensory experience at the neurological level, replacing reality with whatever Itachi chose to project for as long as he chose to project it. The most complete genjutsu the shinobi world had ever produced. It had left Jonin unable to function for weeks. It had broken trained resistance through sheer totality of coverage, leaving nothing for the target's mind to use as a handhold against the fabrication. The technique reached Naruto's consciousness. The technique found what it found. Tsukuyomi arrived at the boundary of something that had been settled for longer than the Sharingan bloodline had existed. A consciousness so old and so complete, and so entirely sure of what it was, that illusion found no surface to adhere to, no crack to enter through, no gap between perception and identity wide enough to wedge a fabrication into. The genjutsu reached the wall and stopped. The chakra Itachi had invested in the deployment dispersed into the ambient air like mist hitting stone, present for a fraction of a heartbeat, then gone, absorbed into the background radiation that already occupied the space around the target. Naruto set the rag down. His grin stayed in place. His eyes, blue, warm, carrying the particular quality they carried when something genuinely amused him, held Itachi's gaze without flinching. Mind tricks don't work on demons, Uchiha. Same answer as last time someone tried. Itachi's expression held. It always held. The Uchiha genius had spent a decade behind a mask more complete than any Ambu porcelain. The mask of a man pretending to be something he was the opposite of, every day, without rest, without the relief of a single unguarded moment. His face showed nothing. His eyes showed the Mangekyo pattern and the intelligence behind it and nothing else. But behind the Mangekyo, something moved. The audience should feel it. A shift in the weight of something Itachi had been carrying, the microsecond adjustment of a man who has received confirmation of something he suspected. and is now operating in a different decision space than the one he occupied 30 seconds ago. Then the wall behind Naruto exploded inward. A column of pressurized water, the circumference of a tree trunk, punched through the boar hat's rear wall. Kasame's contribution to the assessment, delivered from the tree line behind the tavern, with the full force of a man who wielded water, the way artists wielded brushes. The technique screamed through the building's interior at a speed that gave the shelved glasses approximately zero time to feel threatened before the water consumed the space they occupied. Naruto's right hand moved behind him without turning around. The broken sword cleared its sheath in the same motion. He held it behind his back, the blade angled toward the incoming water column, his eyes still on Itachi, his grin still carrying its warmth. Full counter. The water column hit the blade and reversed through the hole in the wall it had entered from. It went back toward the tree line at double force, double speed, carrying the mass of a small river compressed into a beam diameter that gave whatever stood in its path a binary choice between being somewhere else or being a memory. Kasame was somewhere else. The man had fought enough battles against enough impossible opponents to know when the first technique's result demanded immediate relocation. He moved laterally at the speed his body's maximum output allowed, shark fast, enhanced by Samahada's passive chakra feed, and the reflected water technique screamed past his previous position and hit the forest behind him. The forest stopped being forest for 30 meters. Trees went down in the blast path like grass before wind, splintering, uprooting, the wood exploding outward from the water's reflected force into a debris field that would give the ground's maintenance division weeks of cleanup work. Kisame stood at the edge of the new clearing and looked at it. He looked at the space where he had been standing. He looked at the hole in the back of the boar hat where his technique had entered and returned from. He said something. The words arrived at Naruto's ears through the hole in the wall, carried on the morning air with the particular energy of a man who has fought 1,000 battles and just encountered a result that makes all of them feel preliminary. "That shark man has manners to learn," Naruto said, turning back to Itachi. "But he's yours, so I'll leave it." Itachi looked at the damage behind the tavern. He looked at the broken sword in Naruto's hand, still held loosely, still angled backward, the motion of returning it to its sheath already beginning. He looked at Naruto's face and the grin on it, and the blue eyes that carried the weight of things the Mangekyo Sharingan could identify as old, but could never fully classify. "You're different from what the intelligence suggests," Itachi said. His voice was level. It was always level. "The reports describe a weapon. The reports describe what they can see." Naruto sheathed the sword. He picked up the rag again. He resumed polishing the glass he had been polishing before the interruption. The glass was somehow still on the counter, untouched by the water column that had destroyed the wall 4 meters behind it. "I'm a bartender. The weapon thing is a side effect. A beat. You're here for your brother." Itachi's stillness deepened. The Mangekyo deactivated, the pattern fading, the standard Sharingan returning, then that too fading until his eyes were the natural onyx beneath every iteration of the bloodline. He stood in the boar hat doorway with his eyes unenhanced and his expression unchanged, and something behind both of those shifting in a direction the audience can track. His spine healed, Naruto said. He was polishing the glass. His tone carried the warmth of someone discussing a neighbor's recovery from a minor illness. "He's walking. He's thinking differently. The revenge thing," he tilted his head. "It's still there, but the walls around it are gone. He can see past it now, if he chooses to look." Itachi breathed. 1 breath, 2. His hands stayed at his sides. His posture stayed exactly as it had been since he entered the doorway. The stillness of a man who has built a decade of sacrifice around the question of whether his brother survives, hearing from a being older than his bloodline that the answer might be more complicated than survival. "You let him live." Itachi said it without inflection, without accusation, a fact being verified. He aimed at my Elizabeth. Naruto's eyes went half-lidded. The grin carried an edge for 1 heartbeat, the edge that Raiga Kurosuke had seen, that the Sound Army's vanguard had seen, that everything stupid enough to threaten what belonged to him eventually saw. Breaking his spine was mercy. The mercy was for you. The silence that followed was the kind that occurs when two beings of considerable intelligence are communicating more through the gaps between words than through the words themselves. Itachi stood in it. Naruto wiped his glass in it. The morning light came through the tavern's front windows and caught the dust in the air and made it gold. "Go see him," Naruto said. "Whatever you've been planning, the slow version, the one where he figures it out alone, the one where you die and he gets the truth from someone else afterward, skip it. Go sit across from him and say the thing. You've earned the direct path." Itachi's jaw tightened. A millimeter, the smallest possible movement in a face built for zero movement. The audience should see it because it contains the weight of a decade of choices being reconsidered in the span of half a second. He turned. He left the doorway. He walked back toward the tree line where Kasame was standing beside a 30-meter clearing that used to be forest, and his pace carried something different in its rhythm. Something that might have been decision, settling into his steps like weight finding its balance. Kasame fell in beside him. The shark man looked at his partner, looked at the expression that was identical to every other expression Itachi had ever worn, and somehow carried a different weight than all of them, and he said nothing. Kasame had survived decades of partnership with Itachi Uchiha by understanding when silence served better than questions. This was one of those times. They vanished into the tree line. The assessment was complete. The report that would reach Pain was already forming in Itachi's mind. A report that would describe the target's capability without exaggeration and without minimization, and would conclude with an assessment that Pain could interpret as he chose, while Itachi used the conclusion to serve a different purpose entirely. 3 days later, the brothers met. The Valley of the End, Itachi's choice, the ruins of the monuments, the refilled river running through its altered channel, the cliff faces still cracked from the shockwave of a single punch delivered weeks earlier. The location carried every symbolic weight Itachi had ever assigned to the choices that built the world. Sasuke grew up in the battle between brothers, the cost of ideology, the sacrifice that shapes everything that follows it. Sasuke stood at the cliff's edge on the side where his spine had broken. His body was healed. The medic nin had completed their work, the structural damage repaired, his mobility returned to full. He stood at the cliff's edge and looked at the person standing on the opposite cliff, and his Sharingan activated on instinct. Red on black, the defensive response of a body that remembered what had happened the last time it occupied this space in the presence of something powerful. Itachi stood on the opposite side. His cloak was gone. The Akatsuki ring was absent from his finger. He stood in his standard clothes, the high-collared shirt, the standard shinobi pants, the appearance of a man who had removed every identifier of the role he had been playing and arrived as only himself. The conversation was brief. The narrator gives the audience the shape of it without every word, because the weight lives in the silence between sentences rather than the sentences themselves. Itachi spoke. He told the truth, the complete truth, the one that started with Danzo and ended with a choice made in a single night that had defined every day since. He told it without performance, without the dramatic flair that the clan's history might have demanded, without anything between the words and their recipient except the air over the valley. Sasuke listened. His Sharingan held through the first sentence, through the second, through the explanation of the massacre's true architecture and the decade of double agency that followed it. His Sharingan held because his body had decided it needed to see everything, to track every micro-expression, to verify every word against every signal his enhanced eyes could detect. Itachi's face showed him nothing but truth. Every micro-expression aligned with every word. The signals were consistent and total, and carried the unmistakable signature of a man who has stopped pretending. Sasuke's Sharingan deactivated somewhere during the explanation of Danzo's ultimatum. The Tomoe faded. The red receded. His eyes returned to onyx. The eyes underneath the bloodline, the ones that belonged to the boy who had been 7 years old when his world ended and had never once been given the full picture of why. When Itachi finished, the valley held the silence between them. The river filled it with sound. The wind contributed. The birds that had returned to the tree line after the monument's destruction added their layer. Sasuke sat down on the cliff's edge. The position was physical, his legs over the drop, his hands beside him on the stone, his body finding the posture of someone processing information that has replaced the foundation of everything they built their identity on top of. He sat, he breathed, he looked at the river below. Itachi waited. He had the patience of a man who has waited a decade for this conversation. A few more minutes of silence cost him nothing he was unwilling to pay. The audience sees Sasuke sitting at the cliff's edge and sees what he is doing. He is rebuilding. The architecture that held him is gone, dismantled by truth, the way Naruto's punch dismantled the statues. What rises in its place is still forming. It will take time, but the foundation is different now. And what gets built on a different foundation produces a different building. They left the valley together, side by side, walking the road back toward Konoha, the silence between them comfortable in a way it had never been when Sasuke was 7 and Itachi was 13, and the massacre was still a future event rather than a past one. The audience watches them go and understands what it means without the narrator stating it explicitly. The Akatsuki's report reached Pain's tower in Omegakure 4 days after Itachi and Kisame's return. Pain read it in his chamber at the tower's peak, the withered body of Nagato receiving the information through the receiver system that connected him to his primary Deva path, processing the assessment with the analytical rigor of a mind that had never once encountered a problem it could not eventually disassemble. The report described capability that exceeded Pain's existing models. It described a power source that the Sharingan, even the Mangekyo, could identify as foreign to the chakra system without being able to classify further. It described techniques that operated on principles that preceded the shinobi world's foundational energy. It described speed and force and defensive capability at levels that the report's author declined to assign numerical values to because the numbers would have been meaningless without a framework to give them context. Pain processed the report. His ringed eyes reflected the gray light of Omegakure's perpetual rain. He arrived at a conclusion that he had been approaching for weeks and that the report now confirmed. Intermediaries were insufficient. If the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was what every data point suggested, the response required the undivided attention of a god. He began preparations. The 6 paths would move together. The full system, every body, every technique, every accumulated mechanism of the architecture he had spent decades constructing, would deploy simultaneously against a single target. It had never been necessary before. Pain had never encountered a single target that warranted the full system's attention at once. The preparations took 2 weeks. When they were complete, Pain stood at the edge of Omegakure's central tower and looked outward through 6 sets of eyes simultaneously. 6 paths, standing in formation behind the Deva Path's primary position, each one representing a different principle of engagement, each one carrying a different piece of the system's total combat output. He looked toward the land of fire. He felt the distance between his tower and the village that contained his target. He made his decision with the certainty of a man who believed himself divine and saw the pursuit of the Nine Tails as something owed to him by the architecture of fate itself. He moved. The invasion reached Konoha at dawn. 6 paths from 6 approach vectors, a coordinated deployment designed to split the village's defensive infrastructure before it could consolidate to strike structural points simultaneously across enough distance that any single response team could address only one threat while the other 5 operated unimpeded. The first Shinra Tensei fired at the central junction, a gravitational repulsion wave that pushed everything within its radius outward with the force of a detonation. Buildings folding, ground splitting, the shockwave racing outward in a visible ring that lifted debris and dust and people off the ground and deposited them at distances their bodies were never designed to travel. The village response machine activated. Jonin mobilized from every station. Anbu rapid response teams vectored toward the attack points at maximum speed. Kurenai was moving before the first shockwave reached her position, her body carrying her toward her team's rally point, her hands finding weapons on instinct, her mind already running tactical assessments about the scale of what she had felt and what it meant for the village's survivability in the next hour. Shino felt his bugs go still, a different stillness from the previous times. This one carried information. His insects were reading the incoming signatures from 6 separate locations, and they were producing a collective assessment that his mind translated into 3 words. Beyond standard parameters, Hinata's Byakugan activated on instinct. She saw the village. She saw the 6 sources of chakra moving through it in coordinated patterns. She saw the scale of each source, massive, dense, carrying the signature of something that exceeded individual human capacity by factors she stopped counting at 4. She saw Naruto. He was already outside. He was already in the street in front of the boar hat. He was already standing there with his jacket on and his hands in his pockets and the broken sword on his back and his face carrying the grin that meant the next few minutes were going to produce a very interesting insurance claim for whoever owned property in his immediate vicinity. Sate, you should have sent more. The first path to close distance was the animal path, approaching from the eastern corridor, its summoning contract already active, massive creatures materializing in the street ahead of Naruto in sequence. A 3-headed dog, a giant bird, a rhinoceros-scaled beast the size of a building. They hit the ground and charged, and the street shook under their combined mass. Naruto raised both hands. Hellblaze ignited across them simultaneously. Both fists wrapped in pitch-black fire from knuckle to wrist, the absence of light around them making the morning look dimmer in their immediate vicinity. He went forward, into the summons. The first creature met his right fist, and the Hellblaze transferred at the point of impact, spreading from the entry wound into the summoned body, burning through the chakra construct holding it in the physical world, dissolving the summoning contract from the inside out. The creature's body began to come apart, the summoning smoke mixing with the black fire's residual effect, the dissolution occurring faster than any dispelling technique could have produced. The second creature arrived. The third followed half a second later. Naruto's fists moved through them with the same efficiency they had moved through the Sound Army's vanguard, each strike placing Hellblaze where the summoning construct anchored the creature to reality. Each placement burning through the anchor faster than the animal path could reform the contract. 3 summons arrived. 3 summons stopped existing. The elapsed time was 4 seconds. The Diva path closed from the western approach. Its presence announced itself before its body arrived. The gravitational field that surrounded the primary path, distorting the air in a visible shimmer, the weight of its passage pressing against the buildings on either side of the street and leaving cracks in their facades from proximity alone, Shinra Tensei fired. The full form, the repulsion technique at maximum output, the one that had flattened the village's central junction 20 seconds earlier, the one that had pushed buildings off their foundations and split the road beneath it. The gravitational wave screamed toward Naruto from the west, expanding as it traveled, consuming the space between them with a force that had been designed to push everything in the world away from its origin point. Full counter. The broken sword caught Shinra Tensei. The blade held the gravitational force for one impossible instant. The repulsion technique pressing against the edge. The universal push meeting a surface that refused to acknowledge its authority. Then the reversal. The reflected Shinra Tensei went back toward the Deva path at double force, a gravitational repulsion wave twice the magnitude of the original, carrying enough kinetic output to reshape whatever geography it encountered at its destination. The Deva path received its own technique, and the Rinnegan behind Nagato's distant eyes registered the impact, the full weight of a doubled Shinra Tensei hitting the primary path vessel with a force that distributed across all 6 bodies simultaneously through the shared system. Every path within range staggered. The Deva path itself was pushed backward, feet leaving trenches in the road surface, the body absorbing impact that would have destroyed anything lacking the Rinnegan's distributed defense architecture. The crater that formed around the impact zone was 3 times the diameter of the one the original Shinra Tensei had produced at the junction. Naruto stood at its center, unaffected, the broken sword still raised, his grin carrying the energy of someone who has arrived at the interesting part of his morning. The Naraka path manifested its primary technique from the southern approach, the ground splitting open, something rising from beneath it, something that existed partially in the physical world and partially in a jurisdiction that the living were never meant to visit. The King of Hell, its massive form emerging from the split earth, its mouth opening, its function engaging with the authority of a divine mechanism designed to pass judgment on the souls it encountered. The King of Hell extended its reach toward Naruto, the divine apparatus, impartial, ancient in its own right, operating on principles that preceded the shinobi world's understanding of chakra and life and the boundaries between them, reached toward the target and encountered the target's soul. It encountered the soul of the dragon sin of wrath, the eldest son of the Demon King, a being that had existed for 3,000 years across 800 lifetimes and had been judged by powers that made the King of Hell feel like a filing clerk by comparison. The King of Hell made a sound. The sound came from somewhere inside its mechanism, a grinding, a hesitation, the noise of divine machinery encountering an input that sat outside its operational parameters. Its reach stopped. Its mouth began to close. Its massive form, half emerged from the split earth, began to descend, pulling back, retreating into whatever jurisdiction it had risen from, its divine judgment function producing a result that the audience interprets clearly. The thing it was trying to judge was above its clearance level. Naruto raised one hand. His palm faced the Naraka Path vessel, the body that housed the technique's controller, the figure standing behind the retreating King of Hell with the Rinnegan eyes processing a result that had never occurred in the system's operational history. Cruel sun. The compressed sphere of demonic energy left his palm, small, dense, black in a way that consumed the light around it, traveling the distance between his hand and the Naraka path in a time frame that made fast feel insufficient as a descriptor. It hit the vessel at center mass. The explosion was localized. The sphere's detonation radius was 12 meters, a concentrated devastation that consumed everything within its boundaries with total efficiency and left everything outside those boundaries untouched. The Naraka Path vessel ceased to exist as a functional component of Pain's system. The King of Hell, already retreating, completed its descent into the ground and sealed the split earth behind it with the finality of something that had made a decision about future engagement. 3 paths remained. They recalculated. The system's distributed intelligence processing the loss of the animal path summons, the reflected Shinra Tensei's damage across all 6 vessels, and the Naraka path's elimination in rapid sequence. The remaining paths, human, Preta, and the damaged Deva, pulled inward from their separate approach vectors, converging on Naruto's position from 3 angles simultaneously. From inside the seal, a voice spoke. Kid. The word arrived in Naruto's consciousness from the space behind his awareness, the mental landscape where the seal existed, where the cage sat, where the 9-tailed fox had been spending 12 years in observation and silence, and the particular kind of patience that only very old creatures can sustain for very long periods. Naruto held the pause. 2 paths were closing from 8 o'clock and 2 o'clock. The Deva path was approaching from 12. Their combined convergence would arrive in approximately 4 seconds. He stood in the center of the street with the broken sword in one hand, and he listened. 12 years. Kurama's voice carried a weight that the narrator wants the audience to sit with. The weight of a decision being made by a being who had spent 3 millennia making very few decisions and regretting most of them. You never tried to take anything from me. You never rattled the bars. Whatever you are, you've just been there. That's something. 2 seconds. The paths were closing. I've been watching. I've been watching since the night your father put us together. I know what you are. 1 second. I'm betting on you. All of it. Everything I've got. Take it or leave it, but know what you're getting. A partner, you brat. The distinction matters. Naruto grinned. The real one. The one that lived underneath every performance. The one that surfaced when something reached the center of him and found purchase there. The grin that had been there across every lifetime when something mattered. Sate, Sate. It's about time, Furball. The seal opened. The opening was voluntary, a bilateral release, the mechanism disengaging from both sides simultaneously because both occupants had agreed. Kurama's chakra flowed outward through channels that had existed dormant in Naruto's body since birth. Pathways designed for this exact exchange, dormant for 12 years, now filled with the gold-red energy of the most powerful tailed beast in the shinobi world's history. The chakra hit Naruto's demonic foundation, and something unprecedented occurred. The Nine Tails energy, vast, ancient in its own right, carrying the weight of 3,000 years of accumulated destructive potential, met the void black signature of Meliodas' soul and found a foundation it could run on. The two energies did not collide. They did not compete for dominance or struggle against each other's frequency. They merged, gold-red threading through void black, the fusion producing something that had no name, because nothing in the combined history of both the shinobi world and the demonic realm that preceded it had ever produced this combination before. Naruto's body lit up. The visual effect was immediate and total. Gold-black energy radiating from his form in a corona that expanded outward in a pulse. The initial wave of the fusion state activating for the first time. The ground beneath his feet cracked. Stress fractures racing outward in a starburst pattern from his standing position. The pavement and earth below, unable to bear the weight of what was radiating from the body above them. The air temperature in a 50-meter radius shifted by 15 degrees in half a second. Every window and line of sight that had survived the Shinra Tensei exchange cracked from the pressure differential. Hinata, 2 streets over, felt her Byakugan go fully white. Her vision, the 360-degree panoramic sight that defined her bloodline's combat utility, went blank for 3 seconds. When it returned, what it showed her was a power signature centered on Naruto's position that her visual processing system could only describe as everything. A brightness so total and so dense that looking directly at it with her enhanced sight produced the same response as looking at the sun with unenhanced eyes. Shino's bugs stopped. Every insect in his body, every arthropod in the Aburame compound 2 kilometers away, every beetle within a 100-meter radius of his current position ceased all motion simultaneously. They stayed still for 3 seconds. The same 3 seconds Hinata's vision went white. And then they resumed in a different configuration, their behavioral patterns altered by the ambient energy shift in ways Shino would spend weeks cataloging. Kurenai felt her hands stop working. Her fingers, wrapped around a kunai, mid-deployment toward a target she had been engaging, went numb for 1 heartbeat. Her genjutsu expertise, the sensitivity to chakra flow that made her illusions the best in the village, registered the new signature the way a musician registers a sound at the edge of hearing, aware of it, unable to fully process it, certain only that it was larger than anything her training had prepared her to encounter. Hiruzen Sarutobi, from the Hokage Tower roof, where he had been coordinating the village's defense, felt the signature activate, and his pipe fell from his mouth. He caught it before it hit the roof. His hand was shaking. The god of shinobi, the man who had fought in 3 wars, who had trained under the 1st and 2nd Hokages, who had faced the Nine Tails rampage and survived, felt something activate in his village that made every previous comparison point in his considerable career feel like preparation for this exact moment of inadequacy. The 3 remaining paths arrived. They hit Naruto simultaneously, the human path from the left, the Preta path from the right, the damaged Deva path from the front. Their combined techniques deployed at once: soul extraction from the human path's reach, chakra absorption from the Preta path's specialized function, and a second Shinra Tensei from the Deva path's rebuilt 5-second cooldown. The soul extraction touched Naruto's fused aura and stopped. The technique was designed to interface with human souls, to grip them, to pull them from their housing, to extract the consciousness from the body and leave the body empty. It gripped the soul of the dragon sin of wrath, fused with the Nine-Tailed chakra foundation, and found itself holding something approximately equivalent to trying to pull a mountain out of the earth with one hand. The grip held for 1 fraction of a second. Then the human path vessel's arm, the arm extending toward Naruto's head, began to burn. Hellblaze rose from Naruto's body at the point of contact and traveled up the extended arm toward its owner with the speed and hunger of something that had been waiting for an excuse. The human path pulled back. Too slow. The Hellblaze reached the vessel's shoulder and began consuming the body from that point outward. The pitch-black fire eating through the animated tissue the way it ate through everything, with total commitment and zero negotiation. The human path stopped functioning as a system component in 3 seconds. The Pretapath's absorption function touched the fused aura and attempted to absorb. Its capacity was enormous, designed to consume techniques of any affinity, any scale, any output level. It consumed chakra the way a vacuum consumes air. It touched the gold-black aura radiating from Naruto's fusion state, and it consumed, and consumed, and consumed, and the aura did not diminish. The gold-black energy continued radiating at the same intensity, unchanged, unaffected, producing output at a rate that exceeded the Pretapath's maximum absorption capacity by a factor that made the vessel's physical structure begin to glow with overflow. The absorbed energy had nowhere to go. The vessel was full. It was past full. The Pretapath's body was reaching the structural limit of what it could contain, and the absorption was still running because the function had no off switch. It consumed whatever it touched until the technique was ended manually, or the vessel's capacity was exceeded. The vessel's capacity was exceeded. The Pretapath detonated. The accumulated energy, gold-black, fused, carrying the combined signature of demonic heritage and tailed beast chakra in a ratio that nothing had ever been asked to contain, released when the body reached its structural limit. The explosion was the Pretapath's own absorption turned against it, the consumed energy having nowhere to exist except outward when the container broke. Shinra Tensei hit Naruto point blank from the Deva Path's position 3 meters away. Full counter. The reflected gravitational wave at double force hit the Deva Path at a range that gave the technique zero room to disperse. The vessel, the primary body in Pain's system, the one through which Nagato channeled his primary combat output, took the full brunt of its own signature technique at double magnitude from 3 meters away. The body went backward through 4 buildings in sequence, each wall exploding outward around its passage, the structure of each building insufficient to slow a body carrying that much kinetic energy. The Deva Path stopped moving when it ran out of buildings to travel through. It was embedded in the 5th structure's load-bearing wall. The vessel's body cratered into the stone, the Rinnegan eyes still active, the receiver system still transmitting, but the physical housing damaged beyond combat utility. Naruto stood in the center of the street. The fusion state's corona pulsed around him once, a single visible throb of gold-black energy that made the debris on the ground around him rattle against the pavement. The fight's debris settled. The dust began to clear. The morning was still young. From his tower in Amigakure, through the receiver system that connected his consciousness to every remaining path, Nagato felt the losses accumulate. 5 paths down. The system's combat capacity reduced to the Deva Path alone, damaged, embedded in a wall, capable of transmitting but incapable of sustained engagement. The data arriving through the receivers painted a picture Nagato had never seen reflected in his system's operational history. Total defeat. 6 vessels deployed against 1 target and 5 eliminated in under 4 minutes of combined engagement. Nagato had 1 response remaining. The response he kept for situations that transcended his system's design parameters. The response that existed as a final measure, the technique that had held tailed beasts, that had sealed legendary figures, that had functioned as the ultimate containment mechanism in his arsenal, Shibaku Tensei. The gravity core launched from the Deva Path's damaged vessel, a black sphere the size of a fist, rising into the air above the village, beginning its pull the moment it achieved altitude. The gravitational attraction engaged, pulling everything toward it, everything within its range, the earth and the buildings and the debris and the air itself drawn toward the sphere with increasing force as the technique built momentum. The ground around Naruto rose. The pavement broke upward in chunks, pulled from below, torn from the earth's surface, drawn toward the gravity core overhead. Buildings in the attraction zone began to come apart, their structures failing against the pull, their materials separating into the upward stream of debris that was accumulating around the black sphere in a growing mass of compressed earth and stone. Naruto looked up. The gravity pulled at him. He felt it, the force registering against his body the way wind registers against a mountain. Present, acknowledged, and entirely insufficient to produce movement, the debris accumulated. The sphere grew. Thousands of tons of compressed earth surrounded the gravity core in a shell that grew thicker by the second, building in layers, each layer compressing the one beneath it under the gravitational force holding the structure together. Naruto allowed it. He stood and watched the sphere build around him as the ground rose and the debris accumulated, and the Chibaku Tensei formed its containment structure with him at its center. The sphere closed. Several thousand tons of compressed earth sealed around him, a shell 15 meters thick in every direction. The gravity core at its center maintaining the compression, the containment absolute and total, and designed to hold things that ordinary techniques could never address. Inside the sphere, in the compressed blackness of several thousand tons of stone pressing inward from every direction, Naruto was still. Say, Sate. You really thought this would work. Enchantment, Hellblaze, the technique activated from every point on his body simultaneously. The pitch-black fire exploded outward in a spherical wave, expanding from his form in every direction at once, a 30-meter radius of demonic fire that contacted the interior surface of the Chibaku Tensei shell and began burning through it with total commitment. The fire met stone, and stone burned. The fire met the gravity core, and the gravity core burned. The fire met the technique's chakra architecture, the construct holding the sphere together, the gravitational pull maintaining compression, and it burned through the construct the way it burned through everything else. The sphere ignited. From the outside, from the perspective of every person in Konoha who was looking upward at the mass of compressed earth hanging over their village, the sphere began to glow. Black light, the absence of light made visible, the impossible color of Hellblaze radiating outward through the cracks forming in the shell's surface. The cracks spread. The glow intensified. The sphere's structural integrity failed in sections, chunks falling away, burning as they fell, trailing streamers of pitch-black fire that made them look like the debris of a star coming apart. Naruto stepped out of the base of the collapsing sphere, the Hellblaze corona receding from his body as the technique completed its function. The fire pulling back toward him, diminishing, leaving the air around him clear. Above him, the Chibaku Tensei continued to come apart, burning from the inside out, the gravity core already destroyed, the thousands of tons of compressed earth now obeying ordinary physics in the absence of the gravitational force that had been holding them together. The debris fell. It fell as burning rubble, pieces of compressed earth trailing Hellblaze residue, landing in the streets around Naruto's position and burning out on contact with the ground. The fire lasted 8 seconds after he stepped free of the sphere. The pillar of black flame rising from the disintegrating Chibaku Tensei was visible from every rooftop in Konoha, a column of something the village had no framework for, rising from the battlefield and staying lit for 8 full seconds before Naruto decided it was enough and the Hellblaze answered his decision. He walked toward the Deva path. He walked toward the wall where the primary vessel was embedded. His fusion state pulsed gold-black around his body with each step, the ambient energy rolling off him, making the rubble at his feet vibrate against the ground. He reached the wall. He stood in front of the damaged vessel, the Rinnegan eyes looking out at him from the cratered stone, the receiver system still active, the link to Nagato still open. "You wanted peace," Naruto said. His voice carried across the morning in a tone that held zero anger, zero contempt, zero of the wrath that his title suggested he should carry. What it carried instead was the weight of someone who understood the desire from the inside, who had watched civilizations rise and fall and watched every version of the cycle produce the same hope and the same failure and the same gap between intention and execution. You just chose the wrong path to get there. The receiver rods, the black metal transmitters connecting the vessel to Nagato's control system, ran throughout the Deva Path's body. Naruto raised one hand. Hellblaze ignited along his fingers, small, controlled, the minimum output needed for the task. He touched each rod in sequence. The hellblades burned through them one at a time, consuming the metal, severing the connection, disconnecting the vessel from the system with the patience of someone removing splinters from a piece of wood. Each rod that burned dissolved the link between Pain's primary path and the withered body controlling it from a tower in Amegakure. The Rinnegan eyes in the Devapath's face faded. The rings dimmed. The vessel stopped being a vessel and became what it had been before Nagato claimed it. A body. Just a body, freed from the system that had animated it. Naruto looked at the dead eyes of what used to be the face of God in Amegakure. He looked at the vessel and threw it at the man controlling it, and his grin was gone, replaced by something that might have been compassion if compassion were allowed to coexist with the absolute certainty of someone who has already decided the outcome. In his tower, 80 kilometers away, Nagato felt the last connection sever. The receiver system went silent. The 6 paths were gone. Every vessel, every technique, every piece of the architecture he had spent 2 decades building and perfecting and deploying as proof of his divinity. Gone. Disconnected. The throne beneath him hummed with nothing. He sat in the silence. His withered body, the price of the system he had built, the physical cost of channeling divine power through mortal infrastructure, sat motionless on its throne of receivers. His ringed eyes looked at the wall of his chamber without seeing it. His hands, skeletal, wasted, the hands of a man who had given his body in exchange for power, rested on the armrests. He was alive. The vessel system was destroyed, but Nagato himself was alive, sitting in his tower, breathing the Amegakure air, existing in the body he had inhabited since birth. The demon bartender from Konoha had dismantled his entire system and left the man behind it untouched. The decision sat in the air around him. The why of it, the mercy embedded in the method. Nagato was brilliant enough to see what it meant. Brilliant enough to understand that the being who had dismantled his architecture could have followed the receiver links to their source and ended everything, including the source, and had chosen instead to sever the links and leave the man holding them alive. He closed his ringed eyes. He breathed. He began the long process of deciding what a god becomes when the godhood is removed. In Konoha, the dust settled. The village's defensive teams, still deployed, still running protocols, still carrying the energy of a crisis response that had been rendered unnecessary by a single person's intervention, began the process of standing down. The damage assessment teams mobilized, the medical units deployed to the injured. The machinery of Konoha's institutional response shifted from combat footing to recovery footing with the well-practiced efficiency of a village that had survived crises before and would survive this one. Hiruzen Sarutobi stood on the Hokage Tower roof and watched Naruto walking back from the battlefield. The fusion state had deactivated, the gold-black corona gone, the ambient energy dropping back to its dormant levels, the ground beneath the boy's feet accepting his weight without fracturing. He was walking with his hands in his pockets. The broken sword was on his back. The grin was returning to his face in pieces, reforming itself from whatever expression the battle had required. The god of shinobi watched the 12-year-old walk through his village, past the deployment teams, past the damage assessment crews, past the ambu units, who were definitely watching and definitely filing nothing, and he felt something he had felt once before in his career. When he was young, when he stood beside the first and second Hokages and understood for the first time that he was in the presence of something the world would only see once. He was feeling it again, from the opposite end of a lifetime, looking at a being that made the first Hokage's legendary power feel like a reference point rather than a ceiling. Hiruzen went back inside his office. He sat behind his desk. He reached for his tea and found it cold and poured a new cup and drank it in silence while the village recovered around him. The file in his second drawer was going to need a third drawer after today. Hinata appeared at the edge of the street. Naruto was walking down. She was running, had been running since her Byakugan cleared, since the 3 seconds of white resolved into something she could process, since she saw the aftermath and the path vessels destroyed, and the single figure walking away from all of it with his hands in his pockets. She stopped at the edge of the street, because her ribs still had opinions about sudden deceleration, and she stood there with her hand on her side and her breath coming fast and her lavender eyes fixed on the figure walking toward her. Naruto saw her. His grin completed itself. The last piece of the bartender routine slotting back into place, the warmth and the goof and the shameless energy returning in full the moment his eyes found her at the end of the street. He closed the distance between them at a walk, a regular walk, human speed, his hands still in his pockets until he reached her, and one hand came out and found the side of her face the way it always found the side of her face. "Hey, my Elizabeth." Her eyes were wet. She was holding it. Holding everything, the fear and the relief and the 3 seconds of blindness where she could see nothing and imagine everything, and she was staying upright through it, staying conscious, staying present. Her hand came up and covered his hand on her face, and she held it there. "You're fine." She said it like a confirmation, like something she needed to hear herself say out loud so her body would believe it, always. His thumb moved across her cheek. "How many times do I have to prove it?" "Every time." Her voice was steady. "Every single time." He grinned, the real one. She held his gaze and held his hand, and the street around them continued its recovery operations, and neither of them moved for a long moment that the audience should sit in until the narrator pulls them forward. "He is fine," Shino said, materializing from the nearest side street with a beetle on his palm. He was examining the insect with the studied focus of a man who had just experienced 3 seconds of total entomological silence and was processing the implications. "He is always fine. This is consistent with all prior data." Kurenai arrived 30 seconds later, running, weaponry still deployed, her expression carrying the particular strain of a woman whose genjutsu expertise had just been rendered irrelevant by the scale of what happened in her village. She saw Naruto. She saw Hinata. She saw the hand on the face and the proximity and the general configuration of her team's dynamic continuing to operate exactly as it always had, regardless of context. She stopped. She breathed. She sheathed her weapons. She looked at the sky, at the falling debris from the disintegrating Shibaku Tensei, still trailing wisps of black fire as it descended. And she made a sound that might have been a laugh, if laughter were allowed to coexist with the specific exhaustion of being Kurenai Yuhi. The weeks after Pain's invasion carried the weight of a world recalibrating. The 5 CAG summit convened 2 weeks later, the first of many meetings that would produce the alliance structure needed for what was coming. Intelligence reports from every nation arrived at the same conclusion through different paths. The organization responsible for the coordinated attacks was larger than any single village's response capacity, and the threat level it represented demanded cooperation at a scale the shinobi world had never previously achieved. Toby had been watching. He watched everything. It was the foundation of his operational methodology, the patient observation of a man who had been building toward one specific moment for 2 decades. He watched the Pain invasion. He watched the aftermath. He watched the intelligence he had collected about Naruto Uzumaki grow from concerning to something beyond his vocabulary for threat assessment. He recalculated. He adjusted. He maintained the patience that had carried him through 20 years of preparation. Then he appeared at the Boar Hat at closing time. The tavern's lights were dimming. The last regular had left 10 minutes prior. A chunin whose name the narrator knows but declines to provide, carrying the pleasant warmth of 2 cups of extraordinary ale and the feeling that comes with spending an evening in the presence of something powerful that chooses to be friendly. The door was still open. The chairs were being stacked. Naruto was behind the counter, wiping the surface with his rag, the broken sword on his back, his posture relaxed, his grin carrying the satisfaction of a good evening's business. The doorway filled. A man. Orange spiral mask. One eye visible through the cutout. Sharingan, single tomoe pattern spinning with the particular rhythm of Obito Uchiha's ocular signature. His presence filled the Boar Hat's doorway without effort. The accumulated weight of a man who had orchestrated the shinobi world's trajectory for 2 decades, settling into the tavern's atmosphere like fog filling a valley. Naruto looked up from the counter. "My place is closed. I'm not here for a drink." The voice behind the mask carried the particular flatness of someone who has stopped performing and arrived at their actual register. "I'm here to see what killed my pawns." Naruto set the rag down. His grin thinned, the warmth reducing by 1 degree, the edge coming forward by the same measure. Pawns die when they're put in front of something they were never built to survive. That's the player's fault. Toby stepped inside. The Kamui space rippled around him. Invisible to standard perception, visible to Naruto as a distortion in the ambient energy field surrounding the masked figure. A pocket dimension folded into the man's body, ready to activate at any point of contact and shift his mask to somewhere unreachable. Naruto drew the broken sword. The first strike was a test. A single swing, aimed at center mass, the blade traveling at a speed that should have connected with anything occupying that space. The edge reached Toby's body and passed through. The dimensional shift activated at the moment of contact, Toby's mass phasing into the pocket space, the blade cutting empty air where solid matter had been 1 instant prior. The technique's execution so seamless that it looked like the mask was an illusion and nothing had ever been standing there. Toby reformed behind the swing. His single eye carried the amusement of someone who has held this advantage for 20 years and found nothing in that span capable of nullifying it. "Intangibility," Naruto said. "Dimensional displacement at the point of contact." He raised the sword again. Interesting. Hellblaze ignited along the blade. The second swing came, faster from a different angle, the pitch-black fire trailing the edge in a ribbon of consuming absence. It reached Toby's body. It passed through. The Kamui phased him away from the contact point, and the Hellblaze cut nothing but the air where he had been, the fire persisting in a line behind the swing's arc. Third attempt. Cruel Sun, compressed, launched from Naruto's offhand at point-blank range toward Toby's chest. The sphere hit and phased through, the dimensional shift absorbing the attack into the pocket space, the explosion occurring somewhere else entirely, somewhere the damage would reach nothing because Kamui's interior held nothing worth protecting. Toby laughed. The sound came from behind the spiral mask with the quality of genuine amusement, the kind that comes from watching something powerful encounter a limit for the first time. "You're extraordinary," Toby said. "Everything they said and more. But Kamui is absolute. You can throw everything you have at me and it will all go somewhere else." Naruto stopped attacking. He stood in the puffed center of his own tavern with the broken sword in one hand and Hellblaze dying along its edge, and he looked at Toby with an expression that was considering rather than frustrated. There was a stillness to it, the stillness of someone running a different kind of calculation than the one the enemy expected. Toby extended his right hand. The Kamui shifted modality, from defensive phasing to offensive pulling. The dimensional pocket opened outward from his palm, thus creating a pull in the air between them, a gravitational draw aimed at Naruto's position. The technique was reaching for him, attempting to pull his mass into the pocket dimension. To relocate the fight to a space where Toby controlled every variable, the pull touched Naruto. The dimensional force gripped him. It found purchase. The technique was genuinely powerful, the pocket dimension's gravity real and substantial. It pulled. Naruto felt the pull the same way he felt everything that attempted to move him against his will, as a presence that registered against his awareness without producing the intended result. But the pull maintained contact. For 1 full second, the dimensional force and Naruto's body occupied the same interaction space, the technique touching him, his body refusing the pull, the two forces in contact without resolution. In that 1 second of contact, Naruto felt the technique's architecture. He felt its frequency. He felt the dimensional boundary that existed at the point where Toby's mass shifted between the real and the pocket. The seam, the threshold, the half-second window where matter had to be present in both spaces simultaneously to complete the transition. Full counter. The dimensional pull reversed. The technique, the very force of the pocket dimension's gravitational draw, reversed through its own point of origin. The reversed pull hit the threshold between real space and Kamui space from the inside. The pocket dimension's own gravity doubled, pulled against its dimensional wall from within. The wall cracked. The crack propagated to the mask. A line appeared in the orange spiral. starting at the edge of the eye hole, racing diagonally across the ceramic surface, splitting the spiral pattern into two halves. The mask fractured along the dimensional seam, the physical representation of a technique that had just been hit by its own reversed force through its own operational mechanism. Toby stepped back. His hand went to the cracked mask, touching the fracture, feeling the integrity failure. Behind the mask, behind the crack, the audience catches a glimpse. One eye, onyx, widened in a way that suggested the expression behind the ceramic had shifted from amusement to something else. The intangibility flickered. The Kamui technique, always active, always ready to phase him away from contact, stuttered for 1/2 second. The reverse dimensional force had damaged the mechanism at its origin point. The window was still there, Toby could still phase, but the timing was altered. The precision was compromised. The half-second window that his body needed to occupy both spaces simultaneously was now a quarter-second window, and the recovery time between phases had doubled. Naruto saw the flicker. His grin returned. There it is, he moved. The broken sword came in fast, angled for the quarter-second window, timed for the recovery gap between phases. The edge reached Toby at the exact moment the compromised Kamui technique was cycling through its recovery state. The blade connected. The edge touched fabric, touched flesh beneath the fabric, opened a line across Toby's ribcage before the technique recovered and phased the rest of the body away from the remaining arc of the swing. First blood, through intangibility. The masked man stood 5 meters back with his hand on his side where the cut ran. A thin line, shallow, enough to prove what it proved. The Kamui was compromised, and the person standing in front of him could read the compromised timing well enough to land strikes inside the gap. Toby's single eye narrowed. The calculation behind it shifted. A visible recalculation, the methodology updating in real time. He was Obito Uchiha. He was the man who had orchestrated the Nine Tails attack on Konoha, who had started a war from the shadows, who had been building toward the Eye of the Moon plan for 20 years, with the patient certainty of someone whose tools had never failed him before this exact moment. His tools were failing. He withdrew. The decision was immediate, born from the same survival instinct that had kept him alive through 2 decades of shadow operation. The Kamui activated, full dimensional shift, his entire body transitioning to the pocket space in one movement, vanishing from the boar hat's interior between one heartbeat and the next. The air where he had been standing carried a residual chill, the byproduct of matter vacating a space without passing through the transition naturally. Naruto stood in his empty tavern. The broken sword rested against his shoulder. One drop of blood sat on the edge near the tip, confirmation visible in the lamplight. He looked at the space where Toby had been standing, and his grin carried the specific quality of someone who had solved a puzzle and found the solution satisfying. Sate, you'll be back. They always come back. He cleaned the blood from the blade. He sheathed the sword. He picked up the rag from the counter where he had set it down. He resumed wiping the surface. 300 meters from the boar hat, on a rooftop she had occupied since the masked figure entered the tavern, an Ambu operative with a hawk mask watched the building's exterior and decided, for the 7th time in 6 months, that filing nothing was the correct operational choice. She closed her empty notepad. She left the rooftop. She returned to headquarters at standard pace and contributed nothing to the evening's patrol documentation. In the Kamui dimension, standing in the gray emptiness of his personal space, Toby pressed his hand against the cut on his ribs and breathed. His mask was cracked. His technique was compromised. His certainty, the 20-year certainty that Kamui rendered him untouchable, that his dimensional advantage was absolute, that the plan could proceed regardless of what opposed it, because nothing could oppose him, had a fracture running through it that matched the one running through his mask. He had lost something at the boar hat that he had never lost before. The something had a name. Its name was certainty, and without it, the Eye of the Moon plan's architecture felt different, felt like a structure missing a load-bearing element, still standing, but no longer guaranteed against the forces pressing against it. He closed his eye. He breathed in the gray air of his pocket dimension. He began thinking about what came next with the awareness that next, had become a different category than it was an hour ago. The secondary thread resolved across the same week. Sasuke Uchiha, mobile, healed, carrying the restructured understanding that his conversation with Itachi had produced, encountered Tobi on a road outside the village. The meeting was Tobi's design, an attempt to recruit, to leverage the Uchiha's resentment, to fold Sasuke into the plan's operational structure the way he had folded so many pieces before. The narrator gives the audience the result, rather than the full exchange. Sasuke walked away from the meeting. His Sharingan was inactive. His expression carried the weight of a decision made and finalized. Something Tobi had offered him. Power, revenge, the shortcut to his brother's throat that should have been irresistible 6 months ago, had met the restructured architecture of Sasuke's understanding and found no surface to adhere to. The revenge was still there. The desire was still there. But it sat in a different framework now, and the framework said something about what shortcuts actually cost. And Sasuke had already paid that price once at the Valley of the End and had no intention of paying it again. He returned to Konoha. He said nothing to anyone about the meeting. He went to the Boar Hat the following evening and sat at the counter and ordered something and drank it in silence beside Shino, whose beetle was exploring the countertop with the investigative energy of an insect that had found something interesting about the wood grain. The two of them sat in companionable silence, while Naruto wiped glasses and Hinata arranged flowers she had brought for the counter vase, and the evening proceeded as evenings at the Boar Hat always proceeded. Warm, complete, existing in a space adjacent to the village's operational reality. The war came. The Five Kaj Alliance formed with the weight of necessity behind it. 5 nations, 5 armies, 5 Kage standing in the same room for the first time in generations and agreeing that the threat facing them exceeded any single nation's capacity to address alone. The Shinobi Alliance mobilized 80,000 troops across the continent. Command structures formed, supply lines established. Intelligence networks merged into a combined assessment capability that gave the Alliance full visibility on Tobi's army as it assembled. The army was this: Edo Tensei, the greatest names in shinobi history resurrected from the dead. Through Kabuto's refinement of Orochimaru's technique, every legendary fighter the past had produced pulled back into the physical world and directed against the living. Combined with the White Zetsu clone army, 100,000 identical copies, chakra-mimicking infiltrators capable of passing as allied troops, a ground force designed to erode trust and consume resources through attrition rather than direct engagement. The Alliance deployed, division by division. The continent moved to a war footing, and 80,000 shinobi took their positions across the battlefields that the war's geography demanded. They carried the weight of what they were facing honestly. The fear was present, the determination was present. The particular resolve that comes from understanding the cost of failure and choosing to fight anyway was present in every division's posture as they took the field. Naruto deployed with zero integration into the command structure. The Alliance leadership had discussed this at length across multiple sessions with the particular energy of military planners trying to fit an incompatible variable into an architecture designed for standard inputs. The discussion concluded at the same place every discussion about Naruto Uzumaki concluded. He would do what he did, where he chose to do it, and the Alliance's operational planning would account for his presence the way it accounted for weather. Acknowledged, influential, and impossible to command, he appeared at the Eastern Front first. The Eastern Front held the highest concentration of Edo Tensei resurrected shinobi. Kabuto had deployed his best assets here, the names that carried fear as an ambient effect, the fighters whose reputations preceded them by decades, and whose resurrected capabilities matched or exceeded their living peak. They moved through the eastern terrain in formation, animated, armed, carrying techniques that the Alliance's 1st Division had been briefed on, and still found themselves unprepared for when the techniques deployed in person. The first Edo Tensei target Naruto engaged was a figure the Alliance intelligence briefing had flagged as priority, a resurrected Jonin from the Second Shinobi War carrying an S-class wind technique that had eliminated entire platoons during its era. The technique deployed a compressed wind blade the width of a road, traveling at a speed that gave the Alliance troops in its path approximately 0 time to move. Naruto was between the technique and the troops before the wind blade covered half its distance. The broken sword came up. Full Counter caught the wind blade and sent it back. The reflected technique hit the Edo Tensei vessel at double force, enough to bisect the body, to reduce its upper half to particulate, to produce enough physical damage that any living target would have ceased existing as a coherent entity. The Edo Tensei body began to reform. The chakra construct inside the vessel, the resurrection matrix, the architecture that made the technique function, the mechanism that rebuilt destroyed tissue from the template stored in the construct's coding, engaged with the damage and began the reconstruction process. Naruto stepped forward. Hellblaze on his right hand, small, controlled the minimum output needed, he touched the reforming body. One hand, one point of contact. The pitch black fire entered the Edo Tensei vessel at the touch point and found the resurrection matrix inside. It found the chakra construct holding the body together. It found the template, and it burned. The reformation stopped. The body, mid-reconstruction, tissues reknitting, the resurrection process actively running, ceased its reconstruction. The matrix burned from the inside. The template that the body was reforming from burned. The construct that anchored the soul to the physical world burned. The demonic fire consumed the technique's entire architecture in 3 seconds, and the Edo Tensei body stopped being an animated vessel and became what it should have been, remains, unmoving, freed from the resurrection that had pulled it back against its will. The Alliance troops behind Naruto watched. A squad of 12, Chunin and Tokubetsu Jonin, the Eastern Front's standard complement, armed and deployed, and carrying the particular tension of soldiers who had just watched a legendary technique heading toward them at lethal speed. They watched the blonde figure between them and the threat catch the technique, return it, and then touch the reforming body with something that made the resurrection stop. Their faces carried an expression the narrator wants the audience to feel. The specific type of relief that comes when something standing between you and dying demonstrates that it intends to keep standing there. One Alliance soldier, a Chunin from the Land of Lightning, young, carrying his first war's weight across shoulders that had trained for years and still found the reality heavier than the training prepared him for, looked at the stopped Edo Tensei body and then at Naruto's back and said, to nobody in particular and everybody in general, what is he? The soldier beside him, older, carrying the campaign patches of a man who had served longer and seen more, shook his head once. Whatever he is, he's ours today. The Eastern Front cleared in 2 hours. Every Edo Tensei deployment Kabuto had placed along the Eastern Corridor met the same conclusion. Full Counter handled their techniques, Hellblaze handled their resurrection matrix. The pattern was absolute. The demonic fire reached inside the construct and burned the mechanism that held the dead in the living world. And once that mechanism was burned, the body stayed down and the soul returned to wherever it had been resting before Kabuto's technique disturbed it. Naruto moved from the Eastern Front to the central field by mid-morning. The central field held the White Zetsu Swarm. 100,000 clone bodies, identical, chakra mimicking, moving through the battlefield in waves designed to overwhelm through sheer volume. A division of Alliance troops had been pinned by the swarm's advance. Surrounded on 3 sides, their formation holding through discipline alone, their combat output straining against the endless replacement rate of the clone army pressing against their perimeter. Naruto arrived at the perimeter's edge. He assessed the swarm density. He assessed the Alliance troops inside the formation. He made a decision with 0 hesitation. Enchantment, Hellblaze. The wave expanded from his body in a sphere. 30 meters of pitch black demonic fire in every direction. A wall of consuming absence that moved outward from his position at the speed of an explosion and carried the totality of Hellblaze's function across its entire surface. Every white Zetsu clone within the radius touched the wave and burned. Their plant matter bodies, resistant to standard damage, capable of absorbing techniques, designed to persist through punishment that would destroy human tissue. met the demonic fire and found their design specifications irrelevant. The swarm within the 30-meter radius was eliminated in 4 seconds. The Alliance troops inside the formation, completely enclosed by the Hellblaze Wave's expansion, directly within its radius, were untouched. The fire moved around them, past them. Through the air they occupied without contacting their bodies or their clothing or the weapons in their hands. The demonic fire burned what Naruto told it to burn. It left everything else standing. The soldiers inside the formation stood in the cleared space, and they looked at the ground where 100 white Zetsu clones had been pressing against their position 6 seconds earlier. And they looked at the clean grass and the ash settling, and the figure in the center of the radius lowering his arms. The silence lasted 5 seconds. Then someone made a sound, something between a breath and a word that the narrator interprets as the vocalization of a person processing the reality of being alive when they had been calculating the probability of dying. Naruto moved south. The central field's Zetsu concentration thinned in his wake. Wave after wave of enchantment, Hellblaze clearing volumes of the clone army that would have taken standard Alliance units hours to address through conventional engagement. He moved through the battlefield the way the tide moves through a shoreline, constant, directional, reshaping the landscape of the fight, simply by being present and active within it. The Southern Front held the 7 swordsmen of the mist, all 7, resurrected, fully powered. Their legendary blades were formed alongside them through the Edo Tensei Technique's template system, each weapon carrying the full capabilities it had possessed in life, each swordsman carrying the complete muscle memory of a lifetime spent mastering the weapon in their hands. They stood in formation at the Southern Front's choke point. 7 figures, 7 blades, the accumulated legend of the Mist Village's most feared combatants, blocking the advance of 3 Alliance divisions. Naruto arrived at the Southern Front's forward line. He looked at the 7 figures in the distance. He looked at the blades. He assessed the formation with the eye of someone who had been fighting swordsmen for longer than the 7 swordsman tradition had existed. He walked forward, away from the Alliance lines, toward the 7. They saw him coming. 7 sets of resurrected eyes tracking the approach of a single figure walking toward them with a broken sword on his back and his hands in his pockets. They were swordsmen. They recognized another swordsman, recognized the specific way a person carries themselves when a blade is part of their identity rather than their equipment. The first attack before Naruto closed half the distance. Explosive blade, the detonating weapon that turned every swing into an area of effect bomb. The explosion screamed toward him across the open ground, full counter. The detonation reversed. The first swordsman's body caught the blast and came apart. Hellblaze followed, touching the reforming tissue, burning the matrix. The second swordsman, sewing needle, the thread manipulation blade. The wire extended toward Naruto in a pattern designed to bind and pierce simultaneously. The threads hit the broken sword's edge and the binding technique reversed, wrapping backward, binding the second swordsman's own body in its returning threads. Naruto closed the distance and touched the bound figure. Hellblaze, the matrix burned, 3rd, 4th, 5th. The pace accelerated, each swordsman deploying their legendary technique, each technique meeting full counter or the broken sword's edge, each body meeting Hellblaze's matrix burning function after the technique was handled. The narrator keeps it moving because the pacing serves the impact. This is a greatest hits sequence at double speed, and the audience should feel the rhythm like music building toward its crescendo. The 6th swordsman went down. His blade, one of the legendary 7, clattered to the ground beside the freed body. 6 figures, 6 legendary weapons, 6 liberation sequences, and Naruto was still walking forward with 0 change in his stride rhythm. Zabuza was last. The demon of the hidden mist stood in the formation's final position with Kubikiri Bocho on his shoulder, the executioner's blade, the weapon that rebuilt itself from the blood of its victims, as much a legend as the man holding it. His resurrected eyes looked at Naruto across the distance between them, and his expression carried something the narrator wants the audience to see clearly: respect. The specific kind of respect that one swordsman gives another when the disparity between them is total and acknowledged. He attacked anyway. Because he was Zabuza. Because the man had spent his entire life charging into situations that mathematics said he should avoid. Because the act of fighting, regardless of the odds, was the thing that made him who he was. And the Edo Tensei had brought him back as exactly that person without modification. Kubikiribocho came in at full force. A swing that carried the strength of Zabuza's prime, the speed of his peak, everything the Demon of the Mist had accumulated across a legendary career compressed into one dedicated strike. Naruto caught the blade on his sword. The impact sang through the air between them. Steel meeting steel, the executioner's blade against the broken dragon-hilt sword, the moment of contact producing a sound that carried across the southern front like a bell being struck. He held the bind. 1 second. His blue eyes meeting Zabuza's resurrected gaze across the crossed blades. "You're better than the rest of them," Naruto said. His voice was low, meant for Zabuza alone. "That matters. It just changes nothing about what happens next." Zabuza's mouth moved. The resurrected face produced something. A shape that might have been a grin, might have been acknowledgement, might have been the expression of a man who has always known how his story ends and made peace with the knowing. The broken sword moved. Once Zabuza's body came apart along the cut's line. Naruto's hand found the reforming tissue before the matrix could rebuild. Hellblaze. The fire entered. The matrix burned. Zabuza went still. His body stopped reforming. The resurrection released. And whatever sat behind Zabuza's consciousness, the soul of the Demon of the Mist, held against its will in a technique it had never asked to be part of, went free. Naruto sheathed his sword. He stood among the 7 freed bodies and the 7 legendary blades resting on the ground, and he looked south toward where the Alliance scouts had detected the signature that was approaching. The signature that was approaching made every sensor-type shinobi on the southern front go very still simultaneously. Madara Uchiha's Edo Tensei activation produced a chakra signature that the sensor core across 3 divisions registered as a single, sustained alarm, a brightness in their perception that outshone every other reading on the battlefield the way a bonfire outshines matches. He arrived on the southern front at full deployment. Perfect Suzuki already active, 300 meters of armored chakra construct rising behind his resurrected body like a mountain standing up. The construct's blades, ridge-sized, carrying enough mass to reshape geography, rested in its armored hands, ready. The figure at the construct's center stood with his arms crossed, and the Rinnegan eyes catching the afternoon light and reflecting nothing back. Alliance troops at the southern front saw the perfect Suzuki rise above the tree line, and their formation integrity wavered. The weight of it, the psychological weight, the historical weight, the knowledge of what that name meant in the context of the shinobi world's history, pressed against their resolve the way a physical force presses against a wall. Hands that held weapons went tight. Feet that held positions went still. The collective breathing of 3 divisions became something shallower. Naruto put his hands in his pockets. Say, now that's big. Madara looked down. His Rinnegan eyes, the eyes that had challenged the first Hokage, that had seen the future and decided to rewrite it according to his own specifications, found the blonde figure standing in the cleared field below the perfect Suzuki's shadow. One figure, 12 years old to the eye, hands in pockets. Whoever stands in front of me has earned the privilege of dying first. Madara's voice carried from the construct's interior, resonant, carrying the absolute conviction of a man who had bent the world once and saw his resurrection as the world's invitation to let him bend it again. I've heard that before. Naruto drew the broken sword from his back. The dragon hilt caught the light. The blade ended in its jagged break halfway up its length, half a weapon by appearance, something else entirely by function. Different faces, same speech, every time. Perfect Suzuki swung its ridge blade downward. The shockwave from the blade's descent alone was a technique-level event. Air displacement at a scale that made the Alliance troops behind Naruto stagger from compressed atmosphere before the blade had covered half its arc. The shadow it cast covered the ground beneath it like a curtain falling. The mass of it was geological, a weapon sized for a construct that measured in 100s of meters, being brought to bear against a target that measured in single digits of feet. The ridge blade hit the broken sword. The contact produced a sound that traveled across 3 divisions simultaneously. A crack, the auditory signature of something enormous meeting something immovable. The atmosphere between the 2 contact points compressing past its tolerance and releasing the surplus energy as sound and pressure in every direction. The shockwave lifted every Alliance soldier within 200 meters off the ground. Their bodies traveled between 10 and 30 meters from their original positions, depending on mass and distance from the epicenter. The ground beneath Naruto's feet cratered, a depression 3 meters deep, forming around his standing position as the impact's downward force went into the earth because it had nowhere else to go. The ridge blade was stopped. The broken sword held it. One hand, one arm, one body containing the strength of the dragon sin of wrath, absorbing the kinetic output of a 300-meter construct's full-force swing and converting it to 0 movement through the edge of a broken blade. Full counter. The ridge blade's force reversed through its own mass. The doubled kinetic energy traveled back up the blade, into the construct's arm, through the Suzuki structure. A shockwave running backward through 300 meters of armored chakra at double the force that had produced the original swing. The Susanu's blade arm cracked. The armor along the arm's length fractured in a line that ran from wrist to shoulder, visible from 2 kilometers, a bright line of structural failure racing through the purple chakra construct's integrity. Madara's expression shifted. The change was small, a narrowing of the Rinnegan eyes by 1 degree, the first adjustment in a face that had entered the battle carrying the assumption of total superiority. He processed the crack in his construct's arm. He processed the force multiplication. He processed the implication. Interesting. The Susanu's other blade swung. Full force, different angle, an overhead chop aimed at bisecting the ground beneath the target along with the target. Naruto moved laterally, 1 step, human looking in its simplicity, covering 40 meters before the blade touched the space he had occupied. The ridge blade hit the ground and split it, a fissure racing outward from the impact point for 100 meters, the earth opening along the blade's cutting line as though the planet itself had been sliced. Naruto was already above. He had gone from the lateral step into an upward trajectory that put him level with the Susanu's chest, eye level with Madara inside the construct, the broken sword in his right hand, Hellblaze igniting along the blade's edge as he closed distance at a speed that made the air around him scream. The Hellblaze-coated blade hit the Susanu's chest armor. The demonic fire met the chakra construct and began its function, burning through the armored surface, consuming the layered chakra that formed the construct's integrity, eating inward toward the center where Madara stood. The Susanu's armor was dense. It was the most sophisticated chakra construct the Uchiha bloodline had ever produced. It lasted 2 seconds against Hellblaze before the fire breached the outer layer and began working on the second. Madara responded by releasing the construct and reforming it, dismissing the damaged Susanu and manifesting a fresh iteration in the same heartbeat. The new construct pushing Naruto away from the center through the Reformation's expansion. The fresh Susanu was complete, undamaged, carrying the full weight of Madara's impossible reserves. Naruto landed 50 meters back. He looked at the fresh construct. He looked at the reform capability. He grinned. So you can rebuild it. Let's see how many times. Cruel sun. The compressed sphere left his palm small, dense, carrying the localized devastation of a focused detonation. It hit the Susanu's reformed shoulder. The explosion produced a 12-meter hole in the construct's armor. Madara reformed it in 1 second. Cruel sun. Different angle. The left leg, 12-meter hole. Reformation. Cruel sun. Cruel sun. Cruel sun. 3 in sequence, faster than the Reformation could keep pace, hitting chest, arm, and head simultaneously, the compressed spheres arriving at their targets within a fraction of a second of each other. The Susanu's coherence wavered. 3 holes at once exceeded the Reformation speed. The construct flickered. A visible instability in the 300-meter structure, its armor losing integrity faster than Madara could rebuild it. Madara dropped the Susanu entirely. He descended to ground level, his body landing with a weight that cracked the earth beneath him. His Rinnegan eyes locked on Naruto's position with an intensity that had increased by several degrees since the battle's opening moments. He raised both hands sage art. Tengai Shinsei. The sky above the battlefield answered. 2 meteorites, massive, burning through atmosphere, descending toward the ground with the finality of extinction-level events aimed at a specific coordinate. Each one was the size of a city block. Their shadows fell across the battlefield like the closing of a book. Naruto looked up. He watched the descending masses for 1 second, 2 seconds. Then the fusion state activated. Kurama's chakra flooding through his demonic foundation, the gold-black corona igniting around his body, the combined output of the 9 tails and the dragon sin of wrath, merging into the unified state that made the earth crack beneath his feet. He jumped. The motion carried him toward the descending meteorites at a speed that made jumping feel like an insufficient word. He met the first meteorite at its leading edge, 300 meters above the ground, the fusion state's corona illuminating the massive stone surface above him. One hand, palm open, the punch went upward. The meteorite's descent stopped. Its momentum, the accumulated velocity of an object falling from beyond the atmosphere, carrying mass measured in thousands of tons, met the force of one fist driven by the fusion state's full output, and the momentum lost. The meteorite cracked. The cracks propagated from the point of impact outward in a web that covered the entire surface in less than a second. The meteorite came apart, fragments flying upward and outward from the shattered mass, propelled by the residual force of the punch that had exceeded the object's structural integrity. The second meteorite was still falling. Naruto redirected midair, pushing off a fragment of the first, his body vectoring toward the second mass with the same speed that had carried him to the first. The broken sword came out. Full counter. The blade met the meteorite's leading edge. The technique caught the falling mass's kinetic energy, all of it, the accumulated momentum of a building-sized stone in atmospheric descent, and reversed it. The meteorite stopped falling. It went back up. It rose back toward the sky at double the speed it had been descending, carrying twice the kinetic force of its fall, and it climbed until the atmosphere thinned and its velocity carried it beyond the battle's relevance. Naruto descended. He hit the ground in the space between the 2 impact points the meteorites would have produced, and the earth cratered beneath his landing. A shallow depression, the fusion state's weight settling into the ground the way an anchor settles into a seabed. Madara watched all of it. His Rinnegan processed every frame. His resurrected body stood on the ground where his Suzuki had been, and his arms were at his sides, and his expression had traveled from interesting through several intermediate states to arrive at something the narrator wants to name clearly. The face of a man encountering his match and knowing it, and feeling something about that knowledge that sits between discomfort and something else. The something else was interest. Genuine, profound interest. The kind that only appears in minds that have spent lifetimes collecting power and have never found the edge of what they could overwhelm. Madara was finding an edge. The edge was looking back at him with blue eyes and a grin. The infinite Tsukuyomi began. Madara's hand formed a seal the audience recognizes from the architecture of his plan's endgame, the technique designed to capture every living consciousness on the continent inside a collective illusion, the divine-level genjutsu that used the moon itself as a reflective surface, the final step in a plan that began with Madara's death and continued through every manipulation that followed it. The Rinne Sharingan opened in the sky. The light fell, white, total, consuming, the reflected technique descending from the moon's surface toward everything beneath it. The light was the technique. The illusion lived inside the light. Every living being it touched would be captured, their consciousness pulled into the dream, their bodies wrapped in the god tree's roots, their lives suspended in whatever fantasy the technique chose to give them. The light reached Naruto. The light touched the soul of the dragon sin of wrath fused with the Nine Tails chakra in a configuration that had no precedent in any world. The divine-level genjutsu, the most powerful illusory technique the shinobi world's history had ever produced, arrived at the surface of that soul and encountered the same thing every other genjutsu had encountered. A consciousness so complete, so old, so entirely settled in its own identity, that illusion found no point of entry. The infinite Tsukuyomi bounced, the reflected technique, carrying the same properties it had arrived with, the same consciousness-capturing function, the same total illusion mechanism, traveled back along its own delivery vector. It hit the Edo Tensei anchor matrix. The divine illusion, designed to trap consciousness, found the chakra construct holding Madara's resurrected body in the physical world and wrapped around it the way it wrapped around everything it touched. The resurrection matrix, an artificial consciousness framework, a construct that functioned as a simulated awareness keeping the body animated, was a consciousness. It qualified. The infinite Tsukuyomi trapped it. The Edo Tensei release triggered. The resurrection matrix, captured inside its own reflected technique, could maintain animation. The body began to dematerialize, the ash that composed it losing cohesion, the soul's anchor to the physical world dissolving as the construct maintaining it was pulled into the dream's embrace. Madara stood in the afternoon light and watched his hands beginning to come apart. He watched the edges of his body losing definition, watched the resurrection unwinding from the bottom up, watched the return beginning. He looked at Naruto. Across the field of their battle, the craters, the fissure, the scattered fragments of one meteorite, the absence of the other, he looked at the being who had undone him without employing anything beyond what was already there. You carry something that precedes this world. Madara's voice still carried its conviction even as the dematerialization reached his chest. Something beyond sage, beyond tailed beast, beyond anything my plan accounted for. Yeah. Naruto held his gaze. The grin was absent. What faced Madara in this final moment was the ancient thing beneath the grin, the being who had outlived worlds and found each one worth protecting regardless. I do. Madara's expression held something the audience should see before he fades. Under the specific light of his dissolution, his body going transparent, the edges of him becoming air, the expression contained a settling, a resolution. The look of a man who pursued power past every boundary and has found, in his final moment, the boundary he was always looking for. His mouth moved. His final words formed in the dissolving air. Good. Madara Uchiha's Edo Tensei body completed its dissolution. The resurrected form returned to ash, and the ash returned to nothing. And the space he had occupied contained only the afternoon air and the remnants of a battle that the Southern Front's surviving troops would describe in their reports with language that read more like mythology than military documentation. Naruto stood alone on the battlefield. The fusion state pulsed once around him. Gold black, steady, carrying the sustained output of the partnership that Kurama had offered and he had accepted. He looked at the sky where the Rinne Sharingan had activated and was now fading, the technique defeated, the divine light receding, the moon returning to its standard function as a celestial body rather than a weapon. He sheathed the broken sword. He rolled his shoulders. He turned toward the alliance lines where 80,000 soldiers were standing in various stages of processing what they had witnessed. One soldier, the same Chunin from the Land of Lightning who had asked, "What is he?" at the Eastern Front that morning, was standing at the forward position of the 3rd Division. He watched Naruto walking back from the space where Madara Uchiha had been standing, and his mouth was open and his hand was loose around his weapon, and the words that came from his throat arrived without his permission. That's what victory looks like. The soldier beside him, the older one, the campaign patch veteran, made a sound. It might have been agreement. It might have been something closer to awe than agreement. The distinction mattered less than the feeling both men shared in that moment. The war was going to end. The thing walking toward them through the afternoon light was going to end it. Except the war had one more act. The God Tree bloomed. Toby's final measure. The mechanism he had been building toward for 20 years. The architecture that preceded pain, preceded the Akatsuki, preceded every intermediate step in the plan's elaborate construction, activated in the wake of Madara's dissolution. The God Tree's roots had been growing beneath the continent for months. The bloom sequence had been running since the first Zetsu clone deployed. The loss of every other piece on the board meant nothing to the final piece, because the final piece was never dependent on the intermediate steps. The sky went white at the horizon. The dimensional boundaries between the real world and the God Tree's domain began to thin. The walls between spaces softening, the separation between here and there losing its integrity at the seams. Something became visible at the edge of the sky, something enormous, something that made the afternoon light seem small by comparison. Kaguya Otsutsuki's manifestation was total. She appeared in the sky above the battlefield, above the Alliance forces, above the God Tree's flowering crown, above everything the shinobi world had built across its entire history. She was the origin point, the first ancestor, the grandmother of chakra, the being who had eaten the God Tree's fruit and become the thing that every subsequent power in the shinobi world was a diluted echo of. Her presence expanded outward from her manifestation point, and every living creature within 300 kilometers felt it. A weight, an antiquity, a pressure against their awareness that their bodies translated as a primal imperative to be smaller, to be stiller, to acknowledge the proximity of something that existed at a scale their frameworks had never been designed to contain. Naruto looked up at her. Kurama, from inside the seal, spoke. 2 words in a voice that carried the full weight of 3,000 years of existence and the particular quality of recognition. That's her. A beat. The words hung in the mental space between them. The one who made me what I am. Naruto was still for a moment. One moment, long enough for the audience to feel the weight of what was coming. Long enough for the fusion state's corona to pulse once around his body in preparation. Long enough for the grin to return to his face carrying an energy that matched the scale of what he was looking at. I've met mothers before. They're always more trouble than the fathers. Kurama made a sound. It came from the seal's interior. A bark, a cough, something that might have been involuntary, and might have been the nine-tailed fox experiencing something he had experienced very few times across 3,000 years of existence. The sound was laughter. Short, surprised, and genuine. Naruto jumped. The distance between the ground and Kaguya's position was measured in kilometers. He crossed it in one motion, the fusion state carrying him upward through the atmosphere, the gold-black corona trailing behind him like a comet's tail. The air screaming past his body at a velocity that stripped the moisture from it and left a visible vapor trail in his wake. He arrived at her altitude. He arrived in her space. He stood in the sky at her level, and he was small, physically, proportionally, a 12-year-old body hanging in the air in front of something that made the concept of scale feel personal. And he drew the broken sword. Kaguya's eyes found him. White, ringed, carrying the Byakugan's ancestor version, in a form that made Hinata's bloodline feel like a postcard of a mountain, rather than the mountain itself. Her perception registered the being in front of her, registered the demonic soul, registered the nine-tailed chakra, registered the fusion state's combined output, and her assessment arrived at a conclusion. She fired the first ash killing bone. The technique was absolute in function, a projectile that erased what it touched from existence, that bypassed physical defense through dimensional dissolution, that had been the final word in every confrontation during the Sage of Six Paths era. It crossed the distance between Kaguya's extended hand and Naruto's position at a speed that made light feel competitive. Full counter. The broken sword caught the ash killing bone at the edge, and the technique stopped. The bone's dissolution function met the blade's reflection function, and the two mechanisms occupied the same interaction space for one fraction of a heartbeat. Then the bone reversed, going back at Kaguya at double speed, carrying its same dissolution function, aimed at its origin point. Kaguya absorbed the returning bone. Her palm opened, and the technique, her own technique, doubled, entered her body and was consumed. She was the origin of all chakra. Absorption was her native function. Everything that existed in the energy spectrum of her creation could be reclaimed. 3 more ash killing bones in sequence, each one faster than the last. Each one from a different angle as Kaguya moved through the sky above the battlefield with the fluid displacement of a being for whom physics was a suggestion rather than a law. Naruto caught each one. Full counter, reversed, double force. Kaguya absorbed each return, but each absorption was double what she had sent, and the absorbed energy added to her total, and the total building inside her from the returns was growing. The first 3 exchanges told both of them the shape of Phase 1. She could fire forever, and he could return forever, and the absorption kept the differential from mattering. A loop with 0 resolution through this mechanism alone, Kaguya opened a dimensional portal. The tear in reality appeared behind Naruto, a hole in the sky leading to somewhere else, a jurisdiction where the rules bent toward Kaguya's will. From the portal, a concentrated blast of chakra emerged, pure, unfiltered, carrying the density of the God Tree's accumulated reserves. The blast hit Naruto from behind while his front faced Kaguya's approach from the front. The blast connected. He took it. The full force of the God Tree's energy output hitting his back while he faced forward, the damage registering as a genuine impact against the fusion state's defensive output. The gold-black corona absorbed most of it. Most was the operative word. The remainder pushed through and he felt it. Real damage. Real force. The God Tree's reserves carrying enough weight to make even the fusion state acknowledge the hit. Naruto grinned. His back was singed. The jacket's shoulder was gone. The hit was real, and he took it the way Meliodas had always taken hits from things worth hitting back. He kept track. Kaguya opened 4 portals simultaneously. 4 blasts from 4 directions. Naruto moved, the fusion state carrying him through 3-dimensional evasion at speeds that made the atmospheric distortion from his passage louder than the techniques chasing him. He caught 2 with full counter. He took the other 2 direct. The damage accumulated. His body tracked it. The revenge counter's storage mechanism was running and had been running since the first bone touched the broken sword's edge. "Let's go somewhere more interesting," Kaguya said. Her voice was the voice of the first, the original speaker, the one whose language predated every other language the world contained. Her hand moved. Reality folded. The battlefield vanished. The sky vanished. The Alliance troops and the God Tree and the continent below them went away and were replaced by something else. A space that existed inside the God Tree's domain. A dimensional interior that Kaguya controlled the way a mind controls a dream. White. Infinite in apparent scale. The rules of the space bending toward the being who created it and maintained it and existed at its center like a heart inside a body. Naruto stood in the white space. He assessed the domain. He felt its rules pressing against him. Kaguya's will embedded in the environment. The entire dimension functioning as an extension of her combat capability. Everything here answered to her. The ground, the air, the energy moving through the space. He closed his eyes for 1 heartbeat. The demon mark crawled across his skin. Starting at his forehead, the jagged black lines spreading outward in their familiar pattern, racing down his temples, branching across his cheekbones, descending his neck. The lines covered his chest, his arms, his hands. They spread past the fusion state's corona and integrated with it, the void black of the demon mark threading through the gold black of the fusion state, the combination producing a visual effect that made the white dimension seem less white in his immediate proximity. Assault mode activated, the full expression. 0% held back. The eldest son of the Demon King manifesting his heritage at its absolute ceiling. The demonic power that had challenged archangels, that had fought the Demon King himself, that had been the single most destructive force in a world that contained gods and demons and everything between them. Layered over the 9 tails of chakra, combined, unified. The dragon sin of wrath at his truest capacity fused with the most powerful tailed beast in the shinobi world's history. His eyes went void. Every trace of blue vanished. What looked out at Kaguya through those eye sockets was an absence. The visual representation of something so dense with power that light bent around it rather than reflecting from it. Kaguya felt the shift. Her dimensional domain, her controlled space, the environment that answered to her will, felt the assault mode's activation, the way water feels a stone being dropped into it. The ripples propagated outward from Naruto's position through the white space's fabric, and where the ripples passed the white dimmed. Enchantment, Hellblaze. Full assault mode output, full fusion state backing. The pitch black wave expanded from his body in the same spherical pattern it had displayed on the battlefield below, but here, at this output level, the radius was larger. 40 meters. 50. The demonic fire spread outward through Kaguya's dimension, and where it touched the dimensional walls, it burned them, her domain, her controlled space, her will made manifest as a pocket reality. And the Hellblaze was burning through it. Kaguya fired everything. Ash-killing bones from every angle. 6, 10, 15 in sequence. Dimensional portals opening across the space and discharging the God Tree's full reserves through each one. Her own body moved, the first ancestor entering physical combat range, her hands carrying techniques that predated the shinobi world by millennia. She was the original. She was the source. Everything the shinobi world possessed was an echo of what she wielded in its pure form. Naruto met her. The broken sword working at full assault mode speed, catching bones, reversing portals, the blade's edge burning with Hellblaze, and leaving trails of demonic fire in the dimensional space that persisted and continued burning through the environment. Cruel Sun left his offhand in rapid sequence, compressed spheres hitting the dimensional walls, each detonation cracking the space's structural integrity further. The white dimension was coming apart. Cracks appeared in its fabric, visible fractures in reality, the dimensional walls failing under the combined assault of Hellblaze, burning from the inside, and Cruel Sun detonating against the structure's load-bearing elements. Kaguya's control over the space was eroding. Her domain was becoming something she was fighting to maintain, rather than something that served her. She reached for Kurama. The pull was divine. It was the God Tree reclaiming its chakra, the first ancestor calling back what she had given to the world. The original owner's claim activating against the specific energy signature of the nine-tailed fox. The pull gripped Kurama's chakra at its root, at the place where it connected to Naruto's system, at the junction point of the fusion. And it pulled. Inside the seal, Kurama felt the pull. It was old. It was the thing he had always known existed at the edge of his awareness. The knowledge that something older than him had a claim on his existence, that his power was derived rather than original, that somewhere in the architecture of his creation, there was a string that could be pulled by the hand that wove it. The string pulled. Kurama held. His chakra stayed where it was. His contribution to the fusion state remained, gold-red threaded through void black, the combination holding its integrity against the divine pull. The nine-tailed fox, 3,000 years old, the most destructive force the shinobi world had produced, furious and proud and ancient in his own right, planted his feet inside the seal and refused to move. The pull increased. Kaguya's claim was real. The divine authority behind it was real. The God Tree's connection to the tailed beasts was foundational. They were made from its chakra, distributed by the sage, carrying the original energy and divided. The claim was legitimate. The pull was genuine. Kurama held. He held because 12 years ago he had placed a bet. He held because the being he shared a body with had never once tried to take anything from him. He held because the partnership was voluntary, and the voluntary nature of it made it stronger than any chain or seal or divine claim. He held because he chose to, and choice, genuine, uncomplicated, made by an ancient creature who had finally found what he was looking for, is the hardest thing in any world to override. Kid. Kurama's voice from inside the seal. The strain was present, real, genuine strain, the pull testing his resolve without breaking it. Sir, she's pulling hard. You good? The question was simple, 2 words, carrying zero doubt about the answer. Ask me that again, and I'll bite you. That's a yes. Kurama grinned inside the seal, fangs the size of buildings, 9 tails spreading behind him in a display of intent. His chakra stayed exactly where it was, and the divine pull met his decision and found it immovable. Naruto felt Kurama hold. He felt the pull fail. He felt the partnership's full weight settle into its position with the certainty of something that was never going to move. The broken sword was carrying everything. Every ash-killing bone he had caught. Every dimensional portal blast he had taken. Every God Tree energy discharge. Every technique Kaguya had deployed across all 3 phases of their engagement. From the first bone in the sky above the Alliance battlefield to the last portal blast inside her failing dimension. The revenge counter storage mechanism had been running since the first contact. The sword's edge was invisible beneath the accumulated charge. void black and gold black, and the raw energy of a divine being's complete arsenal compressed into the broken blade's storage capacity. The blade was full, past full. The energy radiating from it was visible to everything in the dimension, a weight that made the failing white space bend around the weapon, gravity distorting in the blade's immediate vicinity from sheer accumulated force. Naruto raised the sword. Revenge counter. 10 times. Every technique, every direction, simultaneously. The release was total. The accumulated arsenal of Kaguya Otsutsuki, the first ancestor, the origin of all chakra, the grandmother of the shinobi world, reflected back at her person at 10 times the force it had been delivered. The revenge counter's output filled the dimension. It went everywhere at once, above, below, sides, the directional release covering every possible vector simultaneously, making evasion a concept rather than a possibility. Kaguya's dimension ceased to exist. The walls broke, the fabric tore. The white space that she had created and maintained and fought to keep intact came apart along every seam simultaneously under the force of its creator's own power, returned at a multiple. The structure could never have been designed to survive. Reality collapsed inward and then outward, and the dimension's destruction revealed the real world behind it. The sky, the continent, the battlefield waiting below. Kaguya fell through the broken dimension. Her body, divine, ancient, the most powerful vessel the world had ever produced, carried the full impact of the revenge counter's output across its surface. She was burning. Hellblaze coated every wound the reflected techniques had produced. Every point of contact that the 10 times return had made against her person, carrying the pitch-black fire that consumed healing, consumed recovery, consumed everything it touched without negotiation. Naruto descended from the broken space. He fell toward her. His hands were Hellblaze coated, both of them, the demonic fire wrapping his fingers and palms with the full intent of a being who had decided this was ending. He reached her. His hands found her arms. The Hellblaze transferred at every point of contact, burning through her divine resistance the way it burned through every resistance it had ever encountered. The demonic fire operating at a fundamental level that predated her existence and owed nothing to her authority. The seal formed. It was something that the story has been building toward without naming. The Hellblaze's consuming function, combined with the revenge counter's residual energy, combined with the absolute will of a being who had survived 3,000 years of impossible conditions and had never once failed to contain what needed containing. The seal was Naruto's, his creation, his will made manifest through the demonic energy that had always been his birthright and the partnership that had become his choice. The seal wrapped Kaguya, her divine body, her God tree connection, her dimensional authority, everything she was and everything she controlled, and it held. She went into the seal, her form compressed, her presence contracted. The first ancestor, the origin, the source, the being whose scale existed outside every framework the story had established, contracted into the seal's containment, and the seal closed around her with the finality of a door being shut by someone who had the authority to shut it. The God tree went dormant. Its bloom closed. Its roots, spread beneath the continent, went still. The dimensional boundaries that had been thinning resolidified. The white at the horizon faded. The sky returned to the sky. Naruto landed outside Konoha's walls. The impact of his landing was soft, his body touching down on the grass beyond the eastern gate with a gentleness that contrasted with everything that had preceded it. Assault mode receded. The demon marks withdrew from his skin. Pulling back, retreating, the void black tide going out and revealing the blonde hair and the whisker marks in the 12-year-old face beneath. The fusion state dimmed. Kurama's chakra settled back into its position within the seal. Present, available, resting after the exertion of holding against a divine pull, Naruto stood in the grass outside his village. His body was intact. His jacket was gone, destroyed at some point during Phase 2, the fabric insufficient for the energy exchanges occurring in its vicinity. The broken sword was on his back. His breath was even. Kurama spoke from inside the seal. The fox's voice carried satisfaction, a sound Naruto had heard from the Nine Tails exactly once before and recognized immediately. Good bet. Naruto looked up at the sky, the normal sky. The sky that had clouds in it and birds and the kind of blue that exists when divine threats are absent, and the world is allowed to be itself. His voice was the one that lived underneath everything. Underneath the bartender, underneath the dragon sin, underneath the 3,000 years and the 800 lifetimes and all of it. Just the person. The one who remained after every role was removed. Thanks for holding. A pause. The wind moved through the grass around him. Don't get used to it. Kurama's voice, carrying the weight of something that sounded very much like fondness, despite every syllable's best effort to sound otherwise. The world settled. The war ended with Kaguya's sealing. The army that Tobi had assembled, the Zetsu clones, the remaining Edo Tensei bodies, collapsed when the God Tree went dormant. The clones lost their animation source. The resurrection matrix lost its power supply. The battlefield went still in the span of 30 seconds. 100,000 clone bodies falling simultaneously. Every remaining Edo Tensei vessel releasing its soul. The machinery of the war grinding to a halt as its foundation was removed. The Five Kage Alliance stood on a battlefield that had ceased being a battlefield and became, in the same instant, a recovery site. The tailed beasts, freed from the collection apparatus that had been drawing them toward the God Tree, manifested at the continental center and dispersed. Each one returning to its own territory. Each one carrying the awareness that the first ancestors' claim had been tested and defeated, and the thing that defeated it wore the face of a blonde 12-year-old with whisker marks and a broken sword. The recovery took weeks. The villages counted their losses. The alliance's structure transitioned from military coordination to diplomatic framework, the beginnings of the peace architecture that would define the post-war era. Summits occurred. Agreements formed. Documentation multiplied. Naruto attended none of it. The boar hat reopened the week after Kaguya was sealed. The sign outside, the terrible boar wearing a hat, painted by hands that had chosen combat over art for 3,000 years, swung in the evening breeze. The lights came on at 5. The door opened at past. The short blonde bartender with a broken sword on his back stood behind the counter with a towel over his shoulder and a grin for whoever walked through the door. The ale was excellent. It had always been excellent. Some things survived on principle. The first evening back, the regulars arrived in the order they always arrived. Jonin first, because Jonin have the highest tolerance and the lowest patience for waiting. Special Jonin second, then the particular figures who had been coming to the boar hat since its opening. The ones who sat at the same stools, ordered the same drinks, carried the same need for a place that existed outside the village's operational rhythm. Team 8 had their corner. Kurenai at the far end with something amber in her glass. Shino beside her with a beetle exploring the counter's grain pattern. Hinata in her seat, the one closest to Naruto's working position behind the bar, the one that put her within arm's reach, the one that had been hers since the first evening she was old enough to be here, and stayed hers through everything that followed. The evening was warm. The conversation was easy. The world outside the boar hat's walls was recovering from the largest conflict in its history, and inside those walls, the recovery happened, the way recovery always happens in places like this. One drink at a time, one conversation at a time, one evening at a time. Hiruzen Sarutobi arrived at the boar hat 3 weeks after the war's end. He sat at the counter, the same seat he had occupied 4 years earlier, the morning he first visited and drank tea and looked into the eyes of an 8-year-old and saw something ancient looking back. His tea appeared in front of him without his ordering it. Naruto already pouring before the old man was fully seated, the temperature exact, the blend the same one Hiruzen had been drinking since before the village was built. "You know why I'm here," Hiruzen said. Naruto set the teapot down. His grin was present and carrying the warmth of someone who has anticipated this conversation and has already composed his answer. "I already have a job, old man. The village needs what it's always needed." Naruto refilled the cup. A place to sit, something good to drink, someone behind the counter who understands more than they let on. His grin went wide. "I'm already doing that." Hiruzen drank his tea. He looked at the blonde face across the counter, the whisker marks, the blue eyes, the broken sword on the back, the complete refusal to be anything other than exactly what he was. The god of shinobi finished his tea and stood up and put his hat back on and accepted the answer with the grace of a man who had known what the answer would be before he came, and came anyway because due diligence required asking. Thank you for the tea. Anytime. You know where I am. The second offer arrived 2 weeks later. Naruto read the scroll behind the counter. He read it with the careful attention of someone who respects the effort that produced the document, even when he intends to decline its contents. He rolled the scroll back up. He tied it with its original ribbon. He handed it back to the Chunin with a smile. Tell them I'm honored, and the answer is the same as last time. They can come drink here whenever they want, though. First round on the house. The Chunin took the scroll. He bowed. He left the boar hat with the energy of someone profoundly relieved that the interaction had gone smoothly, and deeply uncertain about how to convey the counteroffer about free drinks to 5 heads of state. The third offer came from Hinata. She said it one evening at the counter, her hands around a cup of tea, her eyes on his face, her voice carrying the particular steadiness she had developed over months of proximity to him. The steadiness that had replaced the fainting, the strength that had grown in the space where weakness used to live. They want you to be Hokage. They've mentioned it. You should consider it. She set her tea down. Her lavender eyes held his blue ones with the directness she had been building toward for 6 months. You could protect everyone from a position where people listened. His grin softened. He leaned on the counter, arms folded, chin resting on his arms, his face level with hers across the bar surface. His eyes went half-lidded, the way they went half-lidded when he was looking at her, and the bartender performance stepped back. My Elizabeth. His voice was low, for her alone. I've been protecting everyone since before the word existed. I do it from here. I've always done it from here. His grin found its warmth. My door is open. My counter needs wiping. That's enough. That's always been enough. She looked at him. She held the look. Something in her expression accepted the answer the way she accepted everything about him, completely, with the full understanding of someone who had spent months learning the shape of what she loved and finding every angle of it satisfactory. She picked up her tea again. Then I'll be here too. I know. His grin went wide. The warmest version. You always are. Sasuke returned to Konoha without ceremony. He walked through the eastern gate on a morning that the weather reports had predicted would be clear, and the prediction was accurate, and the morning delivered him to the village's administrative office, where he sat in the waiting area and filled out his residency paperwork and made the entire process exactly as uninteresting as he could manage. He found the boar hat that evening. He walked in through the door that was always open, and he sat at the counter, 2 seats down from Hinata, 1 seat down from Shino's beetle investigation station. And he said nothing for a long time. Naruto served him without asking what he wanted. A cup of sake appeared on the counter in front of him, the right temperature, the right portion, placed there by hands that had known what Sasuke Uchiha needed before Sasuke knew himself. The silence lasted 10 minutes. The tavern's evening noise filled the space around them. Other conversations, other drinks being poured, the ambient warmth of a place that existed to hold people who needed holding. You could have killed me. Sasuke said it to the counter surface. His voice was level. His eyes were on the grain of the wood in front of him. At the valley, you could have ended it. Yes, a beat. Why didn't you? Naruto set the glass he was polishing on the shelf behind him. He turned to face Sasuke fully, body angled toward him across the counter, blue eyes carrying the full weight of every lifetime he had lived and every version of this conversation he had navigated across the span of them. Because someone who makes every mistake for the right reason is worth leaving room for. And I've lived long enough to know which ones those are. Sasuke sat with it. He drank his sake. His posture loosened by 1 degree. The smallest shift, the millimeter relaxation of a body that has been holding tension for years and is experimenting with what happens when it releases some. He ordered a second cup. Naruto poured it. Your Al? Sasuke said after the second cup was empty. Is it always this good? Always. Naruto's grin went bright. You should have come here sooner. I was busy making mistakes for the right reasons. The grin widened. Something in Naruto's expression, behind the goof, behind the warmth, in the space where the ancient thing lived, carried the specific quality of someone watching a result they had been patient enough to wait for arrive exactly when they expected it. Yeah, you were. Sasuke ordered a third cup. He stayed until the evening grew old and the regulars filtered out and the boar hat's lights dimmed toward closing. He left with a nod. Nothing more, nothing theatrical, just the acknowledgement of a person who has found a place where he is accepted and intends to return to it. 3 weeks after the war ended, on an evening that the tavern was empty of everyone except its owner and one other person, the conversation happened. Hinata sat at the counter. Her tea was warm in her hands. The door was open to the village night, the sounds of the evening reaching them from beyond the threshold, the breeze carrying the scent of the herb garden Naruto had planted behind the building. The terrible sign swayed outside. Inside, the lamplight made everything golden. She was working up to something. She looked up at him. "Who is Elizabeth?" He stopped wiping. The rag rested on the counter surface. His hand rested on the rag. His body went still, a complete stillness, the kind that carries weight rather than absence, the kind that announces something is about to be said that costs the speaker to produce. His grin did not perform itself. What happened to his expression instead was a settling. Every layer of performance, every degree of goof and warmth and bartender routine settled downward like sediment in still water, and what remained on the surface was the person. Just the person. The one who had lived every lifetime and loved one soul through all of them. "The woman I loved," he said. His voice was the one underneath every other voice he used. Every time, every life, different face, same soul. Every time I found her and every time I lost her and every single time I came back to find her again. Hinata was very still, her hands on her cup, her eyes on his face, her chest rising and falling in the measured rhythm of someone who is listening with everything they have and finding what they hear both enormous and exactly what they expected. And this time, he leaned across the counter. He was close. The proximity that had ended her consciousness 100 times and now ended sentences instead. The proximity she had learned to hold. The proximity that had become the architecture of something she was building rather than something that destroyed her. His eyes were the bluest she had ever seen them, carrying every lifetime, every version of this moment, every century of finding the same soul and loving it without condition and losing it and starting again. This time, he said, "I'm keeping her." Hinata held his gaze. She was steady. She was present. The girl who had fainted at 2 words from him, who had collapsed at proximity, who had lost consciousness at the mere fact of his attention, was looking directly at him with eyes that held and held and held. Then she set her tea down. She reached across the counter. Her hand found his. 2 fingers first, tentative, then the full grip closing around his palm. Warm, present. A decision made with the body before the mouth could catch up. Then, "Stop calling me Elizabeth." His breath caught. The same small hitch, the same surprised heartbeat that had appeared in the hospital room months ago. The same involuntary response of a being who has lived 800 lifetimes and been genuinely surprised by very few things across any of them. His eyes went wide for one fraction of a heartbeat. Then the grin came. The real one. The one that lived beneath everything. The one that appeared when something reached the center of him. The one that had been there across every lifetime, waiting for the right moment to mean everything it had always meant. Satsate, yes, my Hinata. The name landed. The audience should feel it land. 3,000 years, 800 lifetimes, every version of Elizabeth across every face she had ever worn. And here, in a tavern on the outskirts of a village that had survived a war, on an evening that smelled like herbs and tasted like the best ale in 3 countries, in the golden light of lamps that had been burning since an 8-year-old built this place with his own hands, the cycle found its ending.
Thanks for watching this absolute banger of a story. If you want more insane what-ifs that slap this hard, smash subscribe, turn on notifications, and drop a like. We're cooking more fire every week. See you next time, legends.